Oh, very well. Replacing his cigar in his pocket, lead on, then. Celine flitted on before, until the arbor became dimly visible down the pathway. Then she paused, pointed it out to her companion, and said, "Madame will soon join you there, sir. Now I must hasten to my mistress, I have kept her waiting too long." With a low, mischievous laugh she darted away in the direction of the house. Percy turned and gazed after her, then followed a few paces and watched again, until she disappeared under a wide portico. Heaving a sigh of relief he tumbled back toward the arbor. "I warn't no eavesdropping," he muttered, "and that minx might listen if she had time. She's no more a French maid than I am, she forgot her monsieur just now. But a sham maid is VO appropriate for a sham maiden, now for Alice," and he entered the arbor. "I'm afraid for you. But give up now, never. I am afraid for you. But give up now, never." Had Mr. Percy been able to follow the retreating footsteps of the objectionable French maid, however, he might have found occasion to change his opinion of her lack of time for eavesdropping, and there was excellent opportunity for its practice about the shrubbery-surrounded arbor. Meantime Ellen Arthur, having reluctantly bidden her blonde demigod a last good night, sought her chamber, swelling with satisfaction, and feeling somewhat hungry. Passing the door of her sister-in-law's rooms, she encountered Sarah, the romantic housemaid, who was just entering, bearing wine and a tiny glass. Glancing within, she encountered the gaze of Cora, who stood holding in her hand some black lace drapery. "Horribly late, isn't it?" yawned that lady, nodding good-naturedly. "Set down the wine, Sarah, and then you may go. I'm so dismally slumbersome that if I keep you to help me, I shall fall asleep on your hands. Have some wine, Ellen?" "No, thanks," said the spinster. "If you don't want Sarah, she may bring me up a nice lunch as soon as possible. I won't detain you any longer, good night." And Miss Arthur, who had meditated entering and giving Cora the benefit of some of her maiden dreams and fancies, marched away, a trifle offended at the manner in which her sleepy sister-in-law had anticipated and warded off the interview. Cora's good night floated after her as she sailed down the corridor. Then she heard the door closed and the bolt shot into the socket. A little later, the door opened noiselessly, and a female figure glided down the dark stairways out into the night, and toward the arbor. "Celine shall undo my hair," Miss Arthur thought, "and I'll have her try that new set of braids and puffs, if it is late. I don't feel as if I could sleep." But Celine was not dutifully waiting in her mistress's dressing room. Sarah appeared with the lunch, and offered her services, but was summarily dismissed, for Miss Arthur did not deem it wise to initiate the house servants into the fearful and wonderful mysteries of her toilet. Therefore, she lunched in solitude and disgust, but heartily, notwithstanding, having just put off her very elaborate, but rather uncomfortable evening dress and donned a silken gown, acting as her own maid. Then she fidgeted herself into a most horrible temper, and sat deliberately down before the grate in a capacious dressing-chair, determined to wait until the girl came, and deliver a most severe and stately reprimand, the exact words of which she had already determined upon. The lady, sitting thus with her feet on the fender, her hands comfortably clasping the big arms of the dressing-chair, and her head lolling rather ungracefully over its back, fell into slumber. If Mrs. John Arthur had made a midnight appointment with Lucifer, she would have fortified herself for the encounter by making a stunning toilet. It was one of her fixed principles, she had fixed principles, never to permit friend or foe of the male persuasion to gaze upon her charms when they would show at a disadvantage. So when she entered the arbor, which was suffused with a soft moonlight glow from a heavily shaded lamp, for the arbor stood among dense shrubbery, and but for this lamp would have been in Egyptian darkness, she was indeed a personification of loveliness. Ungracious as was his mood, Percy would not have been a beauty-adoring mortal if he had not paid involuntary tribute to the charms of the woman who was his bitterest foe. Gazing down upon her a moment, he said in his soft legato, "I am almost angry at you for being so beautiful, after having taken yourself to other lovers, ma belle." The woman smiled triumphantly, as she threw herself into an easy chair, and said in her softest, sweetest tone, "And did you expect me to go mourning for you all these years, sir? Don't think you were ever the woman to do that," dropping lazily into an one-stick seat near her. "May I smoke?" Cora nodded. "Are you sure we are quite safe here?" looking about him. "Somehow, I am suspicious of that French maid." "Quite sure," nodding again. "Mr. Arthur was in bed before I came out, Miss Altua was ordering up a lunch to her room, and the French maid must needs be in attendance for an hour or more, and besides, I know she is not at all dangerous. None of the other servants ever have occasion to come here, and most of them are in bed by now. So your charming sister-in-law eats, does she? After palling from me, too, eats? I should think so," laughing softly, "in her own room, when her stays are not too tight. Spare me." He held up both hands in mock deprecation, then, dropping his bantering tone, said, as he puffed at his cigar, "But now to business. You did not come out here in such bewitching toilet to tell me that my charmer eats. Hardly, with a pretty shmg. For what, then? To come to an understanding with you coolly." "As how?" in the same tone. "As to our future standing with each other. Thought that was settled today." "Did you?" "I don't think it was settled." "Well, what remains, fair Alice?" "Will you drop that name?" "For the present, yes, but with reluctance." "Oh, certainly," bitterly. "Now, what are we to be henceforth?" "Friends, of course," knocking the ashes off his cigar. "You and I may be allies, we can never be friends," she said, scornfully. "Don't trouble yourself to be insulting, then don't make me remember how I have hated you." "Have you really hated me?" "How singular." Very sarcastically, "Then, if you don't drop that disagreeable tone we shall quarrel. I wish to know what you want with Ellen Arthur." "Shade of my grandmother. If you don't drop that disagreeable name, I shall expire. Haven't I had enough of her for one day? Alice, I know revenge is sweet, but spare me." "Bother. I must talk about her, else how can we settle anything? Do you suppose I am going to allow that sweet girl to be deceived?" This with mock indignation. "Oh, no, certainly not." "Well, if I must, I must. First, what position do you intend to take towards me?" "That depends upon yourself." "On conditions?" "On conditions." "Name them. To be received as an honoured guest whenever I shall choose to visit Oakley." "Well. Next, you are to do all in your power to fund her my suit with Miss, you know." "That's an easy task." "Lastly, you are to promise me not, now or at any future time, to declare to anyone aught you may know that might be to my disadvantage." "That is to say, I am not to tell Ellen Arthur, or others, that you have 2 wives?" I softly. "One, my dear, one. Mrs. Percy Jordan, number 1, is dead, you alone are left. You see, Alice, my dear, the thing is reversed. You have 2 husbands now, while I will have 2 wives as soon as you can get them." "Just so. And what guarantee have I that you will not betray me to Mr. Arthur?" "The very best in the world, mutual interest." Cora pondered. "Don't see but that you are right," she said, at last. "It certainly will not be to your interest to attempt to annoy me now, but how long is this truce to last?" looking at him keenly. Percy smoked away in tranquil silence. "Of course, I understand what you mean by a marriage with Miss Arthur," scornfully. "How long will it take you to squander her dollars? And after that, what will you do?" Question for question, fair cross-examiner, how long do you intend remaining so quietly here, the bond slave of this idiotic old man? And what will you do when this play is played out? Because I ran away from a profligate young husband, who had decoyed me into an illegal marriage, illegal for me, but sufficiently binding to have put you in the penitentiary for don't say it, my dear, don't. It's an ugly word, and, after all, are we not both in the same boat? No, angrily. Do you think I have been so poorly schooled during these years that you can make me think now that you have any hold upon me? Bah! Your case is but a flimsy one. When you deceived me into a marriage with you, you had already another wife. You hid me away in a suburban box of a cottage, fancying I would be content, like a bird in a gilded cage. You never dreamed that meek little I would follow you, and find out from the woman's own lips that she had a prior claim upon you. Candidly, I didn't credit you with so much pluck, said Percy, coolly. No. And when I charged you with your perfidy, and wept and upbraided you, and then became pacified when you told me that even proof of your maltiage with that other was in your control, you did not dream that I would feign submission until I had gained possession of the proofs of both your marriages, and then run away. And succeed in baffling my search for 10 long years, supplemented he, grandiloquently. No, fair dame, I did not. Your search, indeed. It was not a very eager one. Well, in truth it was not. The fact is, your beauty entrapped me into that very foolish marriage, but I was a trifle weary of blonde loveliness in tears, etc., so I didn't get out the entire police force, you see. And you wouldn't have found me if you had. Indeed. Why not? Because, if it will afford you any satisfaction to know at this late stage of the game, I sailed for Europe the very day I quitted your house. No, opening his eyes in genuine astonishment. Had it all cut and dried? Well, I like that. Why, little woman, if you had only developed one half the pluck latent in you, before you flitted, I would never have given you just cause, etc., for leaving me. The woman smiled triumphantly, but made no other answer. Well, what next? I am really becoming interested in your career. Sorry I can't gratify your curiosity. My career has been a very pleasant one, seeing the world, generally prosperous. And this brings me back to the starting point. Why should you think, because I left you with good cause, 10 years ago, that I must necessarily forsake, sooner or later, a husband who is kindness itself, and who leaves no wish of mine ungratified? First reason, checking them off on his fingers, because you don't love this old man, and love is the only bond that such women as you will not break. Thanks, ironically, bending her head. Second, because a dull country house, be it ever so elegant, will not long satisfy you as an abiding place. I have not forgotten your girlish taste for pomp, pageant and all manner of excitement, a taste that has doubtless become fully developed by now. Third, because you have, at this present moment, a lover whom you prefer above all others, and to whom you will flee sooner or later. Perhaps you can substantiate that statement, sneered Cora. Well, not exactly, but I know women. My dear, say what you please to me, but don't expect to be believed if you will insist upon doing the devoted wife. I'll insist upon nothing, said Cora, rising, and I have not time for many more words. Let us come to the point at once. With my life, after I left you, you have nothing to do, you know nothing of it now, and you will learn no more from me. Of you, I know this much. I know that you clung, after your fashion, to the skirts of your unfortunate wife, spending her income and making her life miserable. I know that 6 years ago you inherited a fortune from a distant relative. I know that from that time you utterly neglected your wife, who had been an invalid for years, and that soon after she died, heartbroken and alone. Percy turned upon her, and scrutinized her face keenly, then, coming close to her, said, meaningly, and then I wonder that you did not come back to. For a moment the woman seemed confused, and off her guard. But she had not sought an interview with this man without fully reviewing her ground. had ceased to care for you, she said, lifting her unflinching eyes to his face, and I did not need your money. Come, enough of the past, you have squandered your fortune, and now you want another. You want to put yourself still more into my power by marrying a third wife, so be it, I consent. Not so fast. You are first to promise me to place in my hands, on my marriage morn, those unpleasant little documents which you hold against me. In return for which you will receive a sum of money, the amount of said sum to be hereafter announced. Then we go our separate ways. And if I refuse, then, painful as it is, I must do my duty. You are to give me your answer when I return to Bel-Air, no time for tricks, mind. If the answer is no, then I interview Mr. John Arthur. And you return, the day after tomorrow. Then you shall have my answer. Until then, she swept him a stately courtesy, which he returned with a most elaborate bow. Without another word from either, they separated, she gliding swiftly and silently toward the house, he going once more in the direction of Bel-Air village. How long she had slept it never afterward occurred to Miss Arthur to inquire. Something recalled her from the land of visions, and starting up in her chair she saw Celine, standing demurely before her, her face wreathed in smiles, and no signs of any uncanny adventure lingering about her. Beholding her safe and sound, Miss Arthur began to pour out upon the luckless head of Celine the vials of wrath prepared for her benefit. The girl listened with a face indicative of some secret source of amusement. Noting her look of evident unconcern, and the laughter she seemed vainly striving to keep under, Miss Arthur brought her tirade to an ABN1 PT termination, and demanded to know what Miss Celine Lyric saw, in her appearance, that was so very ludicrous. Whereupon Miss Celine Lyric dropped upon a hassock, at the feet of her irate mistress, and laughed outright, actually laughed unreservedly, in the presence and despite the rage of the ancient maiden. Then you shall have my answer. Until then you shall have my answer. Until then observing that she was preparing another burst of wrath, the girl appeared to be struggling for composure, and vainly endeavouring to articulate something, of which Miss Arthur could only catch the name, Percy. Thereupon she fairly bounced out of her chair, demanding to know what on earth Mr. Percy had to do with her maid's reprehensible conduct. Oh, mademoiselle, everything, gasped Celine. Only let me explain, and mademoiselle will laugh, too. Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Calming herself by a violent effort, Celine told her story, and its magic dispelled the wrath of her much neglected, sorely aggrieved mistress. Such a pretty little story it was, interspersed with sly looks, knowing nods, and rippling bursts of laughter. Listened to with, first, disdainful silence, then, growing interest, last, spasmodic giggles, apropos ejaculations, and much blushing and maidenly confusion. You see, mademoiselle, after you had gone down, I went to my room, to take just a few little stitches upon some of my poor garments, that I must wear tomorrow. I don't know how it was, but I sat on my bedside thinking, after it was done, and fell off asleep. Off the bed. Oh. No, mademoiselle, off into sleep, I mean. When I awoke I was anxious to know how much time I had slept away, and came down to your apartments. You were still in the drawing room, and I passed on to the kitchen, surprised to find that it was well late. I will hasten, I thought, and can so go to the village, and telegraph my sister before my mistress rings for me, for I didn't think with a sly look, that you would be at Libany very early in the evening. The what you name was out, and I had to wait a little time. Coming back so late, I became afraid of the woods, and took the path along the highway. Entering at the front and coming up the avenue, I was about to pass around by the east walk to the side entrance when, stifling a laugh. Oh, mademoiselle, everything, gasped Celine. Oh, mademoiselle, everything, gasped Celine. Well, impatiently. when the front door opened and I, standing in the shadow, saw the light fall upon the face and figure of Monsieur Percy. Yes, go on, mention this, mademoiselle, only to show you how I know so positively that it was Monsieur who, oh. 011, laughing again softly. Who, with increased impatience, who did what, girl, eyeing her suspiciously. Céline composed herself and continued, seeing Monsieur, I stopped, for I did not wish him to discover me abroad so late. So I stood in the thick shade until he should have passed. He came slowly toward me and, just about 4 paces from my hiding place, paused, turned and looked back at the house. I could see him gazing toward the upper windows, and presently I saw your shadow upon the blind as you entered your dressing room. The light shone out from your window, too, and after looking for a while, I heard him murmur to himself, that must be her window, I believe I am bewitched, for I can't bear to lose its light, and then, stop laughing, you ridiculous girl. And what then? And then, mademoiselle, he began walking up and down within sight of your window, rapturously. Oh, mademoiselle, he was in the ven path that I must take to approach the side entrance. And he walked and walked, and I waited and waited. Then I thought I would try getting around by the other way, and creep up carefully from the terrace. So I crept along to the other side, back of the arbor, and up the terrace, and managed to reach the entrance unseen. Mon Dieu, mademoiselle, the door was locked. I was shut out. What was to do then? I sat me down in the shadow of the portico and waited once more. After a terribly long time I could see that he was not moving up and down. I peeped cautiously, and he seemed to be departing. Then I came out stealthy as a cat, and found that he was going away, and the reason. Mademoiselle, the light in your room had disappeared. Disappeared. Mademoiselle. Then I bet out me there might yet be a chance. I came up to the front entrance and tried the door. It was not locked. My heart leaped for joy. I blessed the carelessness of the servants, and stole cautiously in. I came to this room. All was dark, but the coals there showed me your figure in the chair. I could not mistake the graceful outlines of mademoiselle. I entered very quietly, relighted your lamp, some little breeze must have flared it out while you slept. I was looking at you, and wondering what you would say if you knew how nearly crazy with love you had driven that stately, handsome Monsieur Percy, when you awoke. It is needless to say that, long before Céline had finished her recital, her mistress was in the best of humours. Indeed, Céline's volubly uttered, intensely flattering, highly probable recital, had an exhilarating effect upon her, so much so, that the lady found sleep now quite impossible. So poor Céline was doomed, after all, to build the new braids and puffs into a wonderful edifice upon the head of Miss Alture, and to repeat over and again the sweet story of how he loved her. The wee summer hours were beginning to lengthen once more when Céline was released from duty, and went wearily up to her room, wearily, yet with undimmed eyes, and the mischievous dimples still lurking about the corners of her mouth. She muttered, "Bah! It is better than sleep, after all, if only the others were as easily duped as she." By which words, a listener might have been led to suppose that Céline Lyric had been practicing deception upon some confiding individual. Gathering clues. Claire had been absent all the morning, had gone to make some call, at least she had said to Olive, at breakfast, "Think I will take the ponies, Olive, and drive into the city this morning. It is nice out of doors, and I have made no calls since I came here." Olive Gerard sat alone in her cosy drawing-room. She had been reading, but the book was somehow not in tune with her mind or mood. She had allowed it to fall at her feet, where it lay, half-opened, while she drifted away from the present in sorrowful reverie. Lifting her eyes, she saw a cab drive away from the villa gate, and a form hurrying along the marble pathway. Springing up, Olive herself threw open the door, and clasped her arms about Miss Arthur's French maid, who resumed the caress with much enthusiasm. "Madeline, my dear child, how glad I am to see you." "Even in this disguise," laughed the girl. "Even in blue glasses, and that horrid jacket," smiled Olive. "What an ugly thing it is. Come and take it off, Ma Belle, do," leading the way up the stairs. "I'll come, autocrat, and I shall much enjoy getting out of this headgear," shaking her bewigged head. Then abruptly, "Where's Claire?" "Out for a drive and some calls," without looking back. "How surprised and glad she will be to see you. Now, come in and make a lady of yourself once more." She led the way into Madeline's room. "Are you tired, dear?" "Not at all." "Then come into my boudoir when you are dressed, and we will have a cozy chat while waiting for Claire." "It won't be long," responded the girl. "I have a good many things to say to you, which had better be said before Claire comes." "Very well, I await your ladyship," and Olive closed the door, leaving Miss Arthur's maid alone. "Thought so," muttered she, tearing off the blue glasses. "She has gone to meet Edward Percy. Poor dupe. It is indeed time to act." She discarded the ill-fitting jacket, flung away the ugly black wig, and, in a very few moments, stood arrayed in a pretty, neatly fitting gown, glowing and lovely, Madeline Payne once more. "Wonder if I shall see or hear of him," she whispered to herself as she crossed to Olive's boudoir. "Oh, if I could! It would be one ray of sunlight only to clasp his hand." Olive had been informed of all that Madeline herself knew, of the doings at Bel-Air, at the time when the girl went down, disguised as Celine Lyric. Now, therefore, Madeline lost no time in making Olive acquainted with, at least a part of, the events that had transpired during her sojourn in the Oakley mansion, in the capacity of maid. Of Edward Percy she said not a word, for reasons of her own, wishing to keep all knowledge of him from Olive for the present. "You see, I was just in time, Olive," she supplemented, when Mrs. Gerard had expressed her astonishment at the startling revelations of the past 4 weeks. "I had not an hour to lose in setting my snare for these plotters. They little dream what is in store for them. Poor Kitty! I feel like a wretch when I think of the advantage I took of her, by making her poor dead body a weapon, as one might say, against a villain whom she would never have lifted a finger to injure in her life. But I could see no other way. Do you know, Olive, they are going to erect a stone over her, bearing my name." Olive looked up in surprise. "No. Is it possible?" "Yes, quite. I fancy John Arthur thinks he will feel more thoroughly assured of my demise, when he can see my name on a marble slab. Now, tell me what especial purpose brought you up to town today." Madeline moved restlessly in her chair. "A medley," she said, laughing uneasily. "A woman's reason, things being quiet, I wanted recreation, and to tell you of my success thus far. Then, a detective's reason, to get from you some information bearing upon your own affairs, as connected with Lucian Devlin. Then I want to see Dr. Vaughan, in his professional capacity. But mind, Olive, not a word to him of my discoveries just yet." "Certainly not, if you do not wish it." "And this was all the mention made by either of Clarence Vaughan. You see," began Madeline, after a brief silence, "Mrs. John Alture and her quondam brother hold occasional private interviews. As they generally prove interesting, I make it a point to be present whenever possible. Now, from some chance words dropped at different times, I have been led to think that if I were more fully informed in regard to this Percy, I might find the missing link. Indeed, I may tell you I have found a clue, just the shadow of something that, if I could develop it, might prove of wonderful value to both of us. Oh! If you could find out anything that would throw light upon this dark wrong they have done Philip, these men, well, Olive, I think we may hope. Now, may I begin to cross-question you?" Olive smiled sadly. "Go on, my little lawyer." First, then, were you personally acquainted with this Percy? You have seen him? At the trial, yes. Describe him. A blond man, handsome, some would call him, with a soft, languid voice. I did not observe further. Would you know him if I saw him again? Certainly. His was a rather uncommon face, and then the association, Just so interrupting her, and would he know you? I'll think not. I was heavily veiled, by Philip's order. Now, try to recall all that Philip has told you of this man. They were college students together. Philip said that Percy was indolent and vain, and too fond of female society of any sort or grade. He made wonderful progress in such studies as he chose to apply himself to, and, had he been less of a sybarite, might have obtained high rank as a scholar. But he was erratic, full of queer conceits, and never made himself popular with either professors or students. Social standing not good, eh? Now, as to his finances. Olive looked somewhat surprised at this question, but replied, his parents were not well-to-do, but he was a favourite with a rich old uncle, who paid his college expenses and made him a liberal allowance. However, he fell into disgrace just before his class graduated, and his uncle cast him off. He never took his degree. What was the occasion of his disgrace? Some scandalous affair with a mechanic's daughter, the particulars I did not learn. Of course not. They are of no consequence. This happened how long ago? Olive mused. Philip is now 33, this was 12 years ago. Good. Did he hear of Mr. Percy after that? Yes, in less than a year, he married a wealthy woman, 10 years his senior, and a widow, so it was reported. Percy, it is said, denied this marriage, and continued to live and go and come, like a bachelor. If the marriage ever occurred, it was kept, for some reason, very much under the rose. Be this as it may, Percy was always provided with money from some source. He used to gamble sometimes, but was not an habitual gamester. Philip said he was too much of a sybarite and ladies' man to be wedded to such sports. Yet he played with Lucian Devlin, and lost heavily. Well, is this all you have to tell of Mr. Percy? Not quite. About a year before the catastrophe of the hunting party, the uncle who had cared for him during his college career, died. Percy inherited his wealth, the old man, after all, making his will in favour of his graceless nephew. Olive paused for a moment, then added, I believe that is all I can tell you of this man. I have not seen or heard of him since poor Philip was sent to prison. Madeline sat gazing abstractedly into the grate fire, her hands clasped in her lap, working restlessly, as was their habit, when she was thinking deeply. Suddenly a sharp exclamation broke from her lips, and Olive turned towards her a look of surprised inquiry. But Madeline was clasping and unclasping her hands nervously, with eyelashes lowered, and brow knitted in a frown. Olive, she said, after a long cogitation, you have put into my hands another thread, a very valuable one. Don't ask me any questions now, I want to get my ideas in shape. Olive's face wore an anxious look, but she had learned the lesson of patient waiting, so she quietly acquiesced, and then a long silence fell between them. Madeline resumed the conversation, or rather recommenced it. She made no further mention of that part of the subject nearest the heart of Olive Gerard. She made inquiries as to affairs and recent events at the village, talked of Claire, and finally said, Olive, I want you to go out with me during the day, and perhaps we had better go early. I must return to Bel Air by tomorrow morning's train, you know. Yes, and I am sorry that you stay with us such a very short time. Where do you intend going, Madeline? To a detective, that is, if you will repeat your generous offer, which I so cavalierly declined not long ago, to be my banker for an indefinite time. Gladly, dear child, now you are beginning to be sensible. But the detective, may I venture to inquire, with assumed hesitation. "You may," laughed Madeline. "And don't give me credit for all the ingenuity. True, I have racked my poor feminine brain and feminine instinct, coupled with the knowledge obtained by some keen experience with treachery, despair, and hate. These grim but very efficient instructors have aided me materially, simple, inexperienced girl as I was so recently, or so long ago, as it seems to me. And good old Aunt Hagar, who has been in this woeful world many years, years full of vicissitudes and shall-pay life lessons, is my counselor and adviser. She aids me greatly with her shrewdness, and knowledge of the world and the folk in it. So we have discussed this point together and concluded that, in order to leave no loopholes open in our nice little net, we had better have the movements of Mr. Lucian Devlin closely watched while he is in the city. To discover, who he calls upon, and what manner of man he will choose to assume the role of physician from Europe, etc. Without putting the full facts of the case into the hands of the officer, we will arrange to know all about the man who will help Devlin carry out their last scheme. No train shall leave the city on which he would, by any possibility, set out for Belair accompanied by this sham physician, without the knowledge of our man, or men, of skill. All discoveries made are to be reported, through you, to Mademoiselle Céline Lyric, who will receive said reports in propria person, at the Belair post office. Then I must proffer a request, that Dr. Vaughan will hold himself in readiness to come to Oakley, should I find it necessary to summon him, accompanied by another physician, or not, as shall be hereafter decided. Don't just see how all this is to end, but these 2 steps appear to me to be in the right direction. I am ready to undertake your commissions, and to act as your banker to the fullest extent of your needs." After a few more words they decided that, as Claire did not return, and time was precious, they would order a carriage immediately after luncheon, and pay a visit to the detective forthwith. Accordingly, half an hour earlier than usual, a light repast was served, and sparingly partaken of. Then, having left a message for Miss Keith, who was momentarily expected, the 2 friends drove into the city. The hand of friendship wields the surgeon's knife. Returning 2 hours later, they found Claire impatiently waiting their arrival, radiantly beautiful, and overflowing with joy at sight of her beloved Madeline. "You delightfully horrible girl," she exclaimed, after greetings had been exchanged, and they had all seated themselves in the drawing-room. "To think that you are growing more lovely even day, and that you go and hide all your beauty under an old fright of a wig, nasty blue spectacles, and deformities of jackets. I declare, it's too bad. And then to wait on an old spinster who wears no end of false hair, and false teeth, and false, I puzzled already. So much for not being a lady's maid. Now, I can enumerate every falsehood assumed by that lady." Then Madeline gave a ludicrous description of Miss Arthur and her peculiarities, causing even grave Olive to laugh heartily, and Claire to exclaim that she should watch the advertisements, and try playing lady's maid herself. Madeline once more recounted, in brief, the state of affairs now existing at Oakley, or as much as she had told Olive, during which recital impulsive Claire kept up an fire of comments, indicative of surprise, indignation, disgust, and very one-sided interest. "Never heard of such a nest of vultures," she exclaimed, excitedly, when Madeline had completed her story. "Why, it's worse than a chapter out of a French drama. Goodness gracious, Madeline Payne, I only wish I could help you deal out justice to these wretches. Where is my fairy godmother now, that she don't come and convene me into a 6-foot brother, to take some of this burden out of our little weak hands? Not so weak as you may think, you little warrior. These hands holding them up to view, have a very strong cause, let me tell you, and you think you would like to help me," laughing oddly. "Wouldn't I?" with a fierce nod that made her 2 companions laugh again. The afternoon was wearing away, and Madeline began to grow restless, at finding no opportunity for saying a word in private to Claire. At last fortune favoured her. Olive, seeing her gardener digging about a little summer house, which was a favourite retreat on a warm afternoon, bethought herself of a plan for adding to its comfort, by laying down snine vines, etc., for next season's growing. So she bade the girls note how she should have improved her arbour by another season, and hurried out to begin an argument, that from previous experience she knew would be hotly contested. "You delightfully horrible girl! You delightfully horrible girl!" This was Madeline's opportunity. And as soon as Olive was out of hearing, she turned to Claire saying, "Claire, I have not told you, nor Olive, all that I have discovered. For reasons, which you will understand later, I have thought it best to make them known to you first. We must invent some excuse for absenting ourselves from the parlour for a while." Claire looked grave and somewhat startled for an instant, but recovering her composure she said, simply, "I'm at your disposal, dear. I'll think I had better go to my room and lie down meaningly. Tell Olive, when she comes in, that I feel fatigued, and have gone to my room to rest. Then you had better plead letters to write, and follow me." "Can you manage easily?" smiled Claire. "Why, Bonnie, Eileen, this becomes more and more mysterious and interesting. Wait before you pass judgment, now I am gone." Madeline quitted the drawing room and sauntered leisurely upstairs. When Olive reappeared, Claire carried out the little programme, as arranged, and hastened to join Madeline, musing as she went, what could have induced that odd darling to confide in stupid little me, while she leaves wise, thoughtful Olive in the dark. Madeline was pacing the floor when Claire entered the room. She motioned her to a chair, and pushed the bolt in the door, thus rendering interlocution impossible. "What can you be thinking of, Madeline, with that gloomy face?" exclaimed Claire, nestling into an easy chair as she spoke. "I am thinking," Claire replied Madeline, gazing down at her sadly, "of the first time I ever saw your sister, and of the errand on which she came to me. How full of hope I was that morning! How radiant the day seemed, and how confident I was of happiness to come, as confident as you are today, Claire, darling." There was something in Madeline's tone that sounded almost like pity, as she uttered these last words. Claire started and coloured, but still was silent. "Olive did a brave, generous deed, but at that time I almost hated her for it," musingly. "Oh, no," Madeline interposed. "Claire, you don't mean just that, I am sure. You never really hated our noble, unhappy Olive. Elle felt very wicked, I assure you," smiling faintly. Then, abruptly, "How should you have felt, similarly placed, wonderingly, mercy?" "I can't tell." Claire, think in a tone almost of entreaty. "I want to know, no." "You must know." "Why, Madeline?" "I must because I want to find out what is in you, how strong you are." Claire looked more and more mystified. "State your case," then she said, quietly. "I will try and analyze myself." "Good. Now, Claire Keith, suppose that you love some man very much, and you test him without knowing why, for no other reason than that you love him. When you are happiest, because you have but just parted from your lover." Claire started and coloured a little. "When you are thinking of the time, not far away, when you shall not part from him any more, suppose that just then I, a friend whom you have loved, come to you and say, 'This hero of yours is false, he is a two-faced villain, he has deceived you, he is not honourable, he will betray you if he can.' What would you answer me?" Claire lifted her head proudly. "Would make you take back every word you had uttered, or prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt." "And if I proved it?" "Then I would thank you, and hate myself for having been deceived, and him for having deceived me." "Would you grieve for him, Claire?" Quick as thought came the answer, "Grieve for him? No, I could no more love a liar and a villain than I could caress a viper. I tell you, Madeline, I understand your feelings when you say that you hate Lucien Devlin," shuddering. "And you would not hate me also for rudely undeceiving you. Hate my best friend, my benefactor? No. I am thankful. But, Madeline, what does all this mean? Is this what you wanted to say to me? What can my feelings have to do with your case? Claire, Madeline's face was very sad. Case is our case. Our case. Yes, ours, Olive's, yours, mine. And now I am going to test your strength. Claire did not look very strong just then. You saw Edward Percy today. Claire Keith sprang to her feet. How do you know that? And what has he to do with the case? I'll know it because we, Mr. Percy and myself, came to this city by the same train, and I could easily surmise that his business here was with you. Well, haughtily. Ah, sadly, you are almost angry with me now. But listen, Claire. Are you perfectly familiar with all the facts connected with poor Philip Gerard's sad disgrace? I'll think so coldly. You know that he was convicted upon the testimony of Lucian Devlin and another. Do you recall the name of the man who was wounded, so said the jury, by Mr. Gerard? Up sprang Claire, her eyes blazing. Madeline, she cried, I see what you are coming at. You have got into your head the ridiculous idea that this man Percy and Edward Percy are the same. It is absurd. Why? Because it is. Then, as if the matter were quite settled, why, he must have been in Europe at the time. Claire, you are getting angry with me, and I have a long story to tell you. But there is an easy way to settle this matter. Are you willing to let me take the picture you have of Edward Percy, and accompany me into Olive's presence while I ask her if she ever saw the original? Nothing else could have so effectually quenched Claire's wrath. She saw that Madeline had some strong reason for her strange words. Sitting down with paling cheeks and trembling limbs, she thought. Then looking across at Madeline, she said, wearily, can't understand you at all, Madeline. It never once occurred to me to connect the man who brought all that trouble upon poor Philip with my Edward Percy. It does not seem possible that they could be the same. I had supposed the other Percy to be a man like Devlin. My dear, did you ever see Devlin? And you have fancied him a sort of handsome horse jockey, and this Percy one of the same brotherhood? Perhaps, smiling a little. Claire, Lucian Devlin is an Apollo in person, a courtier in manner, and a Mephistopheles at heart. And Percy is an abridgment of Devlin. Can't see, said Claire, rather frostily, even if Edward Percy is the man who was wounded by some unknown person 5 years ago, why he must of necessity be a villain and a deceiver. It would be very, very unpleasant, of course, to find that such were the case. But I could not hate Edward Percy for that, even if the fact must separate us. Claire, Edward Percy is not only the man who helped send your sister's husband to prison, but he is a villain doubly perjured, a deceiver, a betrayer. If justice ever gets her due, he will end his days in the penitentiary. Then, seeing that Claire was about to speak, let me finish, now you shall have your proof. She recounted all there was to tell, from the day when Claire showed her the picture and she distrusted the face, to the present moment. Claire Keith listened in immovable silence, not a muscle quivered. For many minutes after Madeline had finished her recital, she sat staring straight before her, like a statue. At length she arose and crossed to the door. Drew back the bolt with a steady hand, put up a warning finger, and said, in a voice like frozen silver, wait, then disappeared. Madeline scarcely had time to wonder what she meant, before Claire was back, standing before her, calm and cold as an iceberg. She held in her hand the picture of Edward Percy, with the face turned away, and this she extended to Madeline. It is best that we make no mistakes, she said, quietly, go show that to Olive. Don't tell her how it came into your possession, ask her if it is he. Then come back to me. Shall I tell her, began Madeline. Tell her nothing until you have brought me back the picture. She pushed her toward the door. Madeline walked downstairs, sorely puzzled, but thinking fast. She fights these facts bravely, she muttered. Does she doubt, I wonder? Olive was sitting before the window, watching the movements of John, the gardener, when Madeline entered the parlour. Going straight to her, she placed the picture in her hand, and said, Do you know that face? Olive Gerard gave a startled cry. Madeline, how did you come by this? No matter calmly, do you know the picture? Yes. Who is he? The man who sent my husband to prison, Percy. Madeline took the picture from her hand. Are you sure? I could swear to the face after these 5 years. Thank you, Olive. Now be patient, I must go back to my room for a little while. Don't ask me any questions yet. When I come down I will tell you how I obtained this, and why I have talked to you so much of this man. Madeline walked out of the room, leaving Olive staring after her in bewilderment. Claire was sitting in the same attitude as when she left her. Well, she said, raising her eyes. She recognized it immediately. She would swear that it is the man who sent her husband to prison. Thank you, dear. Claire took the picture from her hands, and without once glancing at it, she bent forward and dropped it into the grate. Madeline threw herself on her knees at the girl's side. Oh, Claire, Claire. I have made you miserable, forgive me. What for? You have done me a great service. Do you think I want that man's love? But Claire, I loved an ideal, that ideal, see, pointing to the grate. Do you think I shall cry after a pinch of ashes, looking her full in the face? Then, with a shrug of annoyance. You have roused poor Olive's curiosity, she must hear of this miserable discovery of ours, or yours, stamping her foot angrily, my pride is hurt more than my heart. Your pride need not suffer more than it does already, Claire. You have seen me humbled to the dust, see me so still, and surely it won't be so very bitter to think that poor Madeline knows that your sunny life has suffered one little shadow. I will tell Olive all I know of Edward Percy, save that you have ever seen him. The knowledge that he has crossed your path can in no way benefit her, or aid us in unmasking him. Evidently, he does not know that you are in any way connected with the fortunes of Philip Gerard. Let this rest between us. If this plan suits you, perhaps I had better go and tell my story to Olive. I have twice postponed a revelation today. She bent forward, and dropped it into the grate. She bent forward, and dropped it into the grate. The plan does suit me. Many, many thanks, dear Madeline, said Claire, calmly and gently. And now, as I must, of course, be supposed to first hear this ST01Y after it has been told to Olive, or at that time, I would prefer being present when you enlighten her. Let us dress for dinner, go down together, and I leave the rest to your tact. Madeline could readily comprehend that it would be easier for Claire to sit, with Olive, a listener, than to wait and hear the story from the lips of her sister. If it were left to Olive to tell, Claire's face might betray her heart, perhaps. But now, hearing it from Madeline, and with Olive, whose surprise and dismay at the revelation would quite effectually cover up any signs of emotion Claire might manifest, the thing did not appear so difficult. Madeline signified her approval, and they separated to dress for dinner. Claire Keith made her toilet with swift, firm fingers, and all the while she was thinking fiercely, scumfully. She was not stunned by the blow that had stricken her love and her pride. Rather, it seemed, she was quickened into unusual activity and clearness of thought. After a time, perhaps, she would feel more the sadness, the cruelty, of the hurt. Now she felt the outrage to her pride, and a fierce self-scorn that she could have ever loved a man so base. She hated Edward Percy for having deceived her, and equally she despised herself for having been thus deceived by this specious flatterer. You little fool, she scoffed at her image reflected back from her mirror. You are a very idiot among idiots. I wonder where are all your high notions now? So giving her hair an anti-jerk, you perched yourself aloft on a pinnacle, didn't you? You looked down upon all your sisterhood who were deceived, or betrayed, or sorrowing, and you wondered how women could be so weak, how they could be deluded by base men. You looked upon poor dead Kitty, and wondered what was the flaw in her intellect that made her the slave of a gambler and a villain. You argued that only an unsophisticated schoolgirl could be deceived as was poor Madeline. Oh, you have been then proud, and very high has been your standard of manly worth, Miss Clare Keith. So high that the man who has occupied it might easily slip from that pedestal to Haman's gallows. At this point in her tirade, something suspiciously like a sob arose in her throat, and checked her utterance. But it did not retard her activity, and in a much shorter time than she usually spent upon an evening toilet, Miss Keith stood, accoutred and defiantly calm, at Madeline's door. A dual renunciation. Madeline Payne had lingered over her toilet, pondering the incomprehensible manner of Clare Keith. She now stood before her mirror, brush in hand, thinking. Not ready yet. If Madeline could believe her eyes, Clare was actually smiling. Thought you would be waiting for me, continued Clare, composedly, pulling a big chair forward, and sitting down where she could 100k full in Madeline's face. But it is just as well, there is something that I want to say, before we go down. Why don't you go on with your hair? Madeline's hand, BNLSH and all, had dropped to her side, and she was silently staring at her friend. Without a word she resumed her employment, looking more at Clare than at her own reflected image. You guessed rightly, when you accused me of having seen Mr. Percy today, pursued Clare. Accused, Clare? Well, informed, then. I did see him. He wrote me a letter, it was posted at Bel-Air, you see, smiling bitterly, that I have no reason for doubting anything you have told me. A new light broke over Madeline's face. Do you doubt? She asked, quickly. Not one word, drawing a breath of relief. You were so composed, I thought, in that I was hoping to disprove your statements. Not at all. And why should I not be composed? Do you think my heart could break for such a man? Hearts don't break so easily, said Madeline, gloomily, but they ache sometimes. Do they? Placing her hand over her heart and smiling faintly. Well, mine don't ache either, yet, but it bums. Madeline stayed her brush again. No, she murmured, fit don't ache yet. Clare made a gesture of impatience. Oh, I know what you mean, Madeline. By and by my heart will ache, of course, I know that, having discovered, quite recently, that I am human. One can't feel outraged and angry always, and sometimes, I suppose, my daydreams will come back and haunt me. Well, that is a part of the price we have to pay for intruding into dreamland when we are not asleep. But this is not what I began to say. Edward Percy met me today, and this is what he told me. He said he was going away, upon some geological expedition, and would most likely be gone a year. He wanted me to promise to hold myself free until he could return and claim me. He would exact no other promise now, only pledging himself. At the end of a year, all obstacles to our open engagement would be removed. Ill, of course, supposed, then, that the obstacles referred to were business and financial ones. Don't think, Madeline, that we have been in the habit of meeting clandestinely. He visited me openly in Baltimore, but not often enough to excite remark, and we frequently met at other places, as he went in the best society there. Clare paused, but Madeline went on with her toilet in grave silence. Madeline, darling, I can't thank you enough for opening my eyes before it was too late, while it was no worse, and I can't explain my feelings. I despise him, and I despise myself for being thus duped. It is my pride that is suffering now, but, of course, I know that, despise the man as I may, my heart will be heavier and my life darker, because of what I believed him to be. Now let us go to Olive." Madeline Payne threw her arms impulsively about her friend and murmured, "Claire, you are braver than I, and far, far more worthy. You have a right to be happy, and you shall be." And in that moment the girl renounced a resolve she had taken, and a hope she had cherished. As they descended the stairs together, Claire fancied that she looked paler, and a thought sadder than before. They found Olive and dinner waiting. As they took their places about the luxury-laden board, 3 lovelier women or 3 sadder hearts could not have been found in a day's journey. Of the 3, Claire Keith was the calmest, the most self-possessed. All that was to be related by Madeline, all that Olive was waiting in anxious expectation to hear, she knew already. The best and the worst had been revealed to her, her own course was clear before her. So she ate her dinner with composure, and bore a large share in the table talk that, but for her, would have been rather vague and spasmodic. Dinner was an ordeal for Olive, at least, on that day, for her mind was filled with thoughts of Philip, and wonderment as to how the picture of the man who had been his ruin came into the possession of Madeline, who was making herself more and more of a mystery. Madeline, too, was restless. She wished the revelation were made and done with. She wondered if she could control the future so far as Olive was concerned, for she had made her plans, and did not propose to let the work be taken out of her hands. When Madeline had related to Olive the events that had been transpiring at Oakley, she had narrated faithfully the scenes between Cora and Percy, but she had withheld the name of the latter, a fact which was not even noticed by Olive, who had not been especially interested in this last actor upon the scene. Now, when dinner was over, and they had grouped themselves about the grate, its nitty glow illuminating the twilight that was fast giving place to evening shadows, Madeline retold the story of Percy's first interview with Cora on his arrival, and his second, in the summer house, the overhearing of which had caused that long absence from Miss Arthur's dressing-room, which necessitated her ingenious and highly improbable explanation to the aggrieved spinster, with which the reader is already acquainted. During this recital the face of Olive Gerard was a study. It changed from curiosity to wonder, from wonder to a dawning hopefulness of finding in this a possible clue, that might help her husband to his freedom. Then despair took the place of hope, as the clue seemed to elude her grasp. At the end, astonishment and incredulity fairly took away her breath. She sank back in her chair without uttering a word. Madeline waited for comments, but Claire was the first to speak. During the recital she had been able to think, and to some purpose. As the disjointed fragments were joined together by Madeline, Claire was drawing shrewd and close inferences. Now she lifted her head and asked, "Madeline, have you formed any sort of a theory, as to how all this might affect Olive and Philip?" Madeline looked up in surprise at the question, and answered it by asking another, "Have you?" "Yes, but I think Olive would rather hear yours, and mine is, as yet, but half formed." Olive had regained a measure of her composure, and now she sat erect, and said, eagerly, "Madeline, I have been too much raised and shocked to think clearly." "Think for me, child, and for mercy's sake, tell me at once all that you suspect much," replied the girl, gravely, "but what we want is proof. First we want to find out who is the party who accompanied Madame Cora, or Alice, as Percy called her, to Europe, for to Europe she went. Did she know Lucien Darvelin 10 years ago? Did they go together to Europe? You want to know, first of all," said Claire, interrupting her, "when the intimacy of those two did begin. The woman may not have known him 10 years ago. It would be easier to find out if they have been allies during the past 5 years." Madeline turned a look of surprised admiration upon the speaker as she replied, "You are right, Claire, and keener than I. Yet, my thought is, that they were friends before the woman fled from her cottage in the suburbs. I think their stealing of the marriage certificate has a strong savour of a man's thoughtful cunning." The woman could not have been so deep a schemer in those days. Now, Olive, let us suppose that these two were plotting in unison. Edward Percy's first wife dies, and no one the wiser about the maltâge. Then he inherits his uncle's wealth. If Edward Percy were to die then, the woman, Cora, could come forward as his widow, display the proofs of their marriage, and inherit his fortune. He seems to have no living relatives, but, even should other heirs appear, she would claim her widow's portion. Good heavens, gasped Olive. Wait, pursued Madeline, now, don't you see, supposing all the rest true, that if Lucian Devlin attempted the life of this man, with the view of getting his money, and if he failed in some manner, you see that, holding over Percy's head the fear of the law, and the proofs of his having committed bigamy, he might thus silence him? Then, that the two disliking Philip Gerard, and finding the opportunity to throw suspicion upon him by circumstantial evidence, would naturally do so. Olive Gerard was fearfully agitated, but, after a few moments, had in a measure recovered her self-possession. Then the three seemed seized with a desire to talk all at once. And talk they did, fast, earnestly, excitedly at times. At last, out of many words, they evolved a plan of action, and having arrived at a definite conclusion, they settled down into pallial calm once more, a calm that was broken by a most agreeable ripple. Dr. Clarence Vaughan was announced, and ushered into their presence, all in the same moment. Dr. Vaughan was glad to see Madeline, that was evident. But while he expressed his pleasure in frank, brotherly fashion, his eyes wandered from her face to that of Claire Keith. It was only a look, but Madeline Payne would have exchanged all the smiles, hand clasps, and brotherly words she could ever hope to receive from him, for one such glance from his eyes. But the tender wistfulness was all for Claire, blind Claire, who saw nothing of it. Madeline withdrew her hand from his clasp, uttering, as she did so, a flippant commonplace in response to his hearty greeting, but Claire had caught the look in his eyes, and the false gaiety in Madeline's voice, and it caused her to wonder. Heretofore she had lived in a dream of her own, and had been careless of the varying expressions of those about her. Her dream had been dispelled, and she seemed now to have a keen eye for the emotion of others. Troubles of our own, sometimes, open our eyes to the fact that our friends are not all supremely happy. Then we naturally fall to speculating as to the cause. This was the case with Claire. She speculated a little as to why the eyes of Dr. Vaughan rested upon her, with that half-sad expression in them. Then she wondered why the spirit of perversity had possessed Madeline, and induced her to extend to Dr. Vaughan so shabby a welcome. Then, without realizing it, she fell to observing the manner of these two more closely. "Well, Miss Payne, what report do you bring from the enemy's country?" he asked, after a few commonplaces between himself and the mistress of the house. "I have not been in the enemy's country, Dr. Vaughan. The enemies are infesting mine." "As you please, little warrior," smiled he. "Then may I ask, how goes the battle?" "Oh, yes. You may ask," crossing over and seating herself beside Olive, "but your curiosity must wait. It's a ridiculous, tiresome story, and wouldn't amuse you much, or interest you, either. I am going to let Mrs. Gerard inflict it upon you, when she thinks you need a penance." "I'll think you need a penance now, Miss Payne, for accusing me of too much curiosity, and too little interest." "Oh, I didn't mean that," exactly, shrugging her shoulders carelessly. "I'll suppose, of course, a physician is interested to a certain extent in all his subjects, living or dead, but I can't let you dissect my mind tonight. Besides," laughing maliciously, "I'll know you would recommend leeches and blisters, and maybe a straight jacket, and I can't be stopped in my charming career just yet." Clarence Vaughan seemed not in the least offended by the girl's cool insolence. He smiled indulgently, and when Olive ventured a gentle remonstrance, he murmured to Claire, with a half-laugh, "Miss Madeline is incomprehensible to me. Do you understand her, Miss Keith?" Dr. Vaughan was ushered into their presence. Dr. Vaughan was ushered into their presence. And Claire, looking across at her friend, replied, "Oddly, I love her, Dr. Vaughan, and I begin to understand her, I think." "Do you?" smiling down upon her. "Then some day will you not interpret her to me?" Claire's answer was again given oddly, as, lifting her eyes to his face, she said, quite gravely, "If it is necessary to do so, perhaps I will." Then conversation became general, rather Dr. Vaughan talked, and they all listened. Claire found herself thinking that Dr. Vaughan was a noble-looking man, not alluringly handsome, as was Edward Percy, not possessing the magnetic fascination that Madeline had described as belonging to Lucian Darvlin. But he had a fine face, nay, a grand face, full of strength and sweetness, not devoid of beauty, but having in it something infinitely better, gentler, and more godlike than mere physical beauty can impart to any face. Then she thought of Madeline, of her loneliness, her sorrow, and her need of just such a strong, gentle nature to lean upon, to look up to, and to obey. She would obey him, quoth Claire to herself. Next she fell to watching Madeline, through half-closed eyelashes. She saw how the girl listened to his every word, how, when his eyes were not upon her, she seemed to devour him with a hungry, longing, sorrowful gaze. As if she were taking leave of him forever, thought Claire. And that is what Madeline was doing. When she came to the city, it was with the determination to win the love of this man, if it could be won, to let nothing stand between herself and the fulfillment of that purpose. But all this had been changed, and seeing how bravely Claire bore the shock of her lover's baseness, how proudly, how nobly, she commanded herself, Madeline had abandoned her purpose. "I am not worthy of him," and she told herself. When she declared that Claire should be happy, she bade farewell to her own hope of future happiness. She would help him to win the girl he loved, and then she would be content to die, more than content. Tonight, therefore, she was saying in her heart a farewell to this man, who was so dear to her. She had almost hoped that she should not meet him again for the present, and yet she was so glad to have seen him once more. She was glad of his presence, yet fearful lest her good resolution might be shaken. She would not let him be too kind to her, rather let him think her ungrateful, anything, what could it matter now? "Shall you not come back to the city soon, Miss Payne? Surely your old home cannot be the most charming place, in your eyes?" questioned Clarence, after a time. "Don't intend returning to the city, at least, not for some time, Dr. Vaughan." Clarence looked perplexed. To break the silence that ensued, Claire crossed to the piano and began playing soft, dreamy fragments of melody. Presently Olive took up the conversation, and when Madeline again turned her face toward him, he was listening to Olive and looking at Claire. It was the same look, yearning, tender. Claire, all unconscious of his gaze, was looking at Madeline, as she played softly on. As Olive and Clarence talked, Claire saw the face of the girl grow dark, she saw her eyes full of a hungry, despairing light, and gradually there crept upon her the remembrance that she had seen that same look, only not so woeful, in the eyes of Clarence Vaughan, that same look fixed upon herself. Involuntarily her fingers slipped from the keys, and she turned from the instrument to encounter the same gaze fastened upon her now, ardent, tender, longing eyes they were, and her own fell before them. Claire Keith was troubled. She wanted to be alone, to think. She murmured an excuse, her head ached, she would retire. Clarence had noted an unusual brightness in her eye, and a feverish flush upon her cheek. Now, however, she was quite pale, and as she extended her hand to him with a strange, new sensation of diffidence and consciousness, he clasped it for a moment in his own, and said, earnestly, "You do not look at all well, Miss Keith. You are sure it is only a headache?" "Quite sure," smiling faintly. "Then good night. I shall inquire after your head tomorrow." "Thank you," she murmured. Then nodding to her sister and Madeline, she glided from the room. It had all come upon her at once. Edward Percy was an impostor. Edward Percy, as she had believed in him, had never existed. The love that she had believed hers was hers no longer, or, if it were, she no longer desired it. Almost simultaneously with this knowledge, came the unspoken assurance that she was the possessor of a worthier love, a manlier heart. She could not feel glad to know this, yet she was not sorry. Somehow it soothed her to know that she was not a forsaken, loveless maiden. It was something to possess the love of so good a man, even if she could make it no return. But Madeline? Poor Madeline, she loved this man, she needed his love, she must have it. Claire pulled back the curtains from her window, and gazed out into the starlit night. She needs this love, the girl murmured. Clarence Vaughan shall learn to love her, if I can bring it about. Yes, even if I loved him, I would give him up to her. Struggling against fate. When Claire left the drawing room, Madeline had started up as if about to follow her. Recalling herself, she sat down again, keeping, as before, near to Olive, and taking as little share in the conversation as was possible. She dared not trust herself too much. Her good resolves were strong, but not stronger than was the charm of his voice and presence. Let them think me uncivil, she murmured to herself, what does it matter now? But her trial was not over. Olive and Clarence had held frequent counsel together concerning the wayward girl, and how they could best influence her aright without breaking the letter or spirit of their promise to her. And the absence of Claire added to their freedom of speech. Olive had intimated to Dr. Vaughan that Madeline had taken some, perhaps unsafe, steps in the pursuit of her enemies. He, understanding the impetuosity of the girl, as well as her reckless fearlessness, could not conceal the anxiety he felt. Acting under an impulse of disinterested kindness, Clarence Vaughan crossed the room and sat down by Madeline's side. Miss Madeline, he said, as respectfully as if to an empress, we, Mrs. Gerard and myself, cannot get rid of the idea that somehow you partly belong to us, that we ought to be given a little, just a very little, authority over you. There was a shade of bitterness in the girl's answer. You have the right to exercise authority over me, if you choose to do so. You are my benefactors. They felt the reproof of her words. This keen-witted, uncontrollable girl was putting up barrier upon barrier between herself and their desire to serve her. Very quietly he answered her. You do us an injustice, when you suggest that we claim your confidence on the score of any indebtedness on your part. It has been our happiness to serve you. If we have not your esteem, if we may not stand toward you in the light of a brother and sister, anxious only for your welfare and happiness, then we have no claim upon you. My happiness. The face was averted, but the lips were pale and drawn, and the words came through them like a moan. Olive stirred uneasily. She could see that the girl was suffering, although she did not guess at the cause. Yes, continued Clarence, laying his hand gently upon hers, Madeline, will you let me call you Madeline, will you let me be your brother? I have no sister, almost no kin, I won't be an exacting brother. Smilingly. Il won't overstep the limits you set me, but we must have done with this nonsense about benefactors, and gratitude, and all that. No answer, eyes down dropped, face still half averted, and looking as if hardening into marble. What is my fate? Still holding her hand. Can you accept so unworthy a brother? Yes, in such a cold, faraway tone. He lifted the hand to his lips. Thank you, Madeline, he said, as if she had done him high honor. Madeline felt her courage failing her. How could she listen to him, talk to him, with anything like sisterly freedom, and not prove false to her resolve to further his cause with Claire? And yet how could she refuse him the TMST he asked of her? It was very pleasant to know that he was thus interested in her. She felt herself slipping quickly into a daydream in which nothing was distinct save that there existed a bond between them, that he had claimed the right to exercise authority over her, and that she was very, very glad even to be his slave. Listening to his voice, a smile crept to her lips, and the eyes smiled too, but 'twas as if remembering they had wept, and knowing they would some day weep again. "I don't intend to give up my claims upon Madeline. I elected her my sister, when I brought her home with me. And I had been flattering myself that I was to have a companion, but I am afraid she will run away from me. She ought to take Claire's place in my home, ought she not? Claire is with me so little," said Olive. Madeline smiled sadly. "I could never do that," she said. "I could no more fill Claire's place than I could substitute myself for the rays of the sun." "Claire would laugh at you for that speech," said Olive. "But it is true, is it not?" Appealing to Dr. Vaughan, he coloured slightly under her gaze. "We don't want two Claires," he said, "but you can be yourself, and that will make us happy." The girl let her eyes fall, and rest upon her clasped hands. "I would like to make you happy," she said, softly. "Really?" Really, lifting her eyes to his face. "Then, promise us that you will let us help to right your wrongs, and that you will come back, like a good sister, and stay with Mrs. Gerard." Her face hardened. "Cannot," she said, briefly. "You will not seriously?" No answer. "Madeline, what is it you wish to do?" "What I wish to do, I cannot. I can tell you what I intend to do," sitting very erect. "Then what do you intend?" "I intend turning her eyes away from them both, and fixing them moodily upon the fire, to follow up the path in which I have set my feet. I intend to oust a base adventuress from the home that was my mother's, to wrest the fortune that is mine from the grasp of a bad old man, and make him suffer for the wrong he did my mother. I intend to laugh at Lucian Devlin, when he is safe behind prison bars, to hunt down and frustrate an impostor, and by so doing, clear the name of Philip Gerard before all the world." Her voice was low, but firm, dogged almost, in its tone. He turned a perplexed face toward Olive. "What does it all mean?" he asked. "What she says," replied Mrs. Gerard, flushing with suppressed excitement. "She has found a clue that may lead to Philip's release." He moved nearer to the girl, and taking her hand, drew her toward him, until she faced him. "Madeline, is this true? And you will hold me to a promise not to lift a hand to help clear the name of my friend?" reproachfully. "Yes," unflinchingly. "Are you doing right, my sister?" She attempted to draw away her hand. "Child, what can you do?" She turned her eyes toward Olive. "She will tell you what I have done. I can do much more." Olive came suddenly to her side. "Oh, Madeline," she said, "let him take all this into his hands. It is not fit work for you. It will harden you, make you bitter, and Madeline wrested her hand away and sprang up, standing before them flushed and goaded into bitter mess. "Yes," she cried, wildly, "no, you need not say it. It will harden me, it has already. It will make me bitter and bad, unfit for your society, unworthy of your friendship. I shall be a liar, a spy, a hypocrite, but I shall succeed. You see, you were wrong in offering me your friendship, Dr. Vaughan. I shall not be worthy to be called your sister, but brokenly, you need not have feared. I never intended to presume upon your friendship, I never intended to trouble you after my work is done. Ah! How dared I think to become one of you, I, whom you rescued from a gambler's den, I who go about disguised, and play the servant to people whom you would not touch. You are right, after this I will go my way alone." Her voice became inarticulate, the last word was a sob, and she turned swiftly to leave the room. Olive sprang forward with a remorseful cry, but Clarence Vaughan motioned her back, and with a quick stride was at the door, one hand upon it, the other firmly clasping the wrist of the now sobbing girl. Closing the door, which she had partially opened, he led her back, very gently, but firmly, and placing her in a chair, stood beside her until the sobs ceased. Then he drew a chair close to her own, and said, softly, "My little sister, we never meant this. These are your own morbid fancies. Because you are playing the part of amateur detective, you are not necessarily cut off from all your friends. We would not give you up so easily, and there is too much that is good and noble in you to render your position so very dangerous to your womanhood. You have grieved Mrs. Gerard deeply by imputing any such meaning to her words. Can't you understand, child, that it is because we care for you, because we want to shield you from the hardships you must of necessity undergo, that we wish you to let us work with and for you? Madeline shivered and gave a long, sobbing sigh. He took both listless hands in his own. Now, sister mine, won't you make me a promise, just one? Her hands trembled under his. How could she resist him when his strong, firm clasp was upon her, when he was looking into her eyes pleadingly, even tenderly, when his breath was on her cheek, and his voice murmured in her ear? She sat before him, contrite, conquered, strangely happy, conscious of nothing save a wish that she might die then and there, with her hands in his. She was afraid to speak and break the spell. He had said that he cared for her, was not that enough? Tell me, Madeline. Yes, she breathed, rather than uttered. Thank you. Now, sister, we are going to trust to your sagacity in this matter. But you must promise me, as your brother, who is bound to look after your welfare, that you will take no decisive steps without first informing us, and that as soon as the work becomes too heavy for your hands, you will call upon me to help you. My sister will surely do nothing that her brother cannot sanction. She dropped her eyes and said, simply, will do what you wish me to. You will give me your confidence, then? Am I to hear a complete history of all that has happened thus far from Mrs. Gerard? And, after hearing it, may I communicate with you? She glanced up in surprise. Or continued he, better still, may I come down to Bel-Air and talk things over with you, should I deem it advisable? If you wish, looking glad. Mind, I don't want to intrude, I will not come if you don't desire it, but I shall wish to come. And you may manage our interviews as you see fit. I will do nothing to compromise you in the eyes of the people you are among. May I come? Yes, very softly, and trembling under his hand. Then we will say no more about all this tonight. You have already abused your strength, and if you don't get rest and sleep we shall have you ill again, and then what would become of our little detective? Olive came forward with outstretched hands and pleading eyes. Can't wait any longer to be forgiven for my thoughtless words, she said. Madeline, you will forgive me. Of course Madeline will, replied Clarence. Now you had better forgive Madeline for putting such a perverse construction upon your words, and then we will send her away to get the rest she must have. I was abominable, Olive, said the girl, so ruefully that Clarence laughed outright. Of course, I know you are too kind to say a cruel thing. I believe I was trying to quarrel with you all, do forgive me. Of course you were trying to quarrel with us, and I haven't a bit of faith in your penitence now, young lady, said Clarence, rising and smiling. Can't believe in you until I am assured that you will go to bed straightway, and swallow even bit of the wine I shall send up to you. With something nice in it, suggested Olive. With something very nice in it, of course. Now, will you obey so tyrannical a brother, and swallow his first brotherly prescription without making a face? All his kindness and care for her comfort brought a thrill of gladness to the girl's heart, and some of the old debonair, half-defiant light back to her eyes, as she replied, while rising from her chair, in obedience to a gesture of playful authority from Clarence, will I accept a scolding and go to bed? That means. Then making a wry face and evidently referring to the wine, is it very bitter? Not very, but you must swallow every drop. And I will order the wine, said Olive, touching the bell. You know, Dr. Vaughan, that Madeline leaves us in the morning. No, in surprise. Must you go so soon? Yes, demurely, unless I am forbidden. We are too wise to forbid you to do anything you have set your heart on. Then I must tell you goodbye here and now, For a little time? Or a long one? Gravely. Not for a long one. If the mountain won't come, you know, well, if one don't get very satisfactory reports from you, look out for me. You can't get at me wickedly. Can't I? Wait and see. I'll come as your grandfather, or your maiden aunt. Please don't laughing, one spinster is enough. Well, I won't, then, I think I'll come as your father confessor. At this Olive joined in the laugh. Good night, Dr. Vaughan. Good night, Miss Payne, with exaggerated emphasis and dignity, but holding fast to her hand. She looked at the hand doubtfully, then up into his face. Good night, brother, with pretty shyness. That is better, releasing the little hand. Good night, sister mine. Mind you drink every drop of the wine. I will, quite seriously. Good night, Olive. Olive stooped and kissed her cheek. Good night, dear, she said, and happy dreams. Dr. Vaughan opened the door for her, and smiled after her as she looked back from the foot of the stairs. Then closing the door he came back, and stood on the hearthrug, looking thoughtful. It is a difficult nature to deal with, and in her present mood, a dangerous one. She is painfully sensitive, and possesses an exceedingly nervous temperament. Then, that episode with Devlin was very humiliating to her, and it is constantly in her mind. Evidently she has lately been under much excitement, and she is hardly herself tonight. I think, however, if I were you, I would make no further effort to dissuade her from her purpose. It will do no good, and harm might come of it. Indeed, I will not, said Olive. How thankful I am that you were here, your calmness and tact has saved us something not pleasant. I don't think I could have managed her myself. Probably not, and now I will prepare a soothing and sleeping draught, and then, as it is late, will detain you no longer. Perhaps you had better see that the draught is administered. Olive gladly accepted the charge, and shortly after Dr. Vaughan took his departure, wise and yet blind as to the TNLE cause of Madeline's outbreak and subsequent submissiveness. Madeline obeyed to the letter the instructions of Dr. Vaughan. As a result, she fell asleep almost immediately, before calm thought had come to dispel her mood of dreamy happiness. In the morning she awoke quieted, refreshed, and quite mistress of herself. She did not once refer to the events of the previous evening. Only, before taking leave of Claire, she whispered in her ear, Dear Claire, you can make a noble man happy. Let his love atone to you for this present bitterness. God bless you both. It was an odd speech, TNLLY. But as Madeline turned her back upon the pretty villa, and was driven swiftly to the railroad depot, she wondered why Claire had responded to it only with a passionate kiss and with tears in her beautiful eyes. And Claire, having seen her driven from the door, fled precipitately to her room. Locking herself in, she fell upon her knees beside a low chair. Burying her face in her hands, she wept for herself, but for the girl who was so heroically resigning to another the man she loved, who was going forth, alone, to encounter hardship, perhaps danger, to fight single-handed, not only her own battles, but those of her friends as well. And I dared to judge her, said the girl, indignantly. Presumed to criticize the delicacy of this grand, brave nature. Why, I ought to be proud to claim her friendship, and I am. From that hour, let Madeline's course seem ever so doubtful, let Olive fear and doubt as she would, Claire Keith stoutly defended every act, and averred that Madeline could do nothing wrong. And from that hour, Claire began to plot upon her own responsibility. In due course Dr. Vaughan called, and was closeted with Olive a very long time, rather, with Olive and Claire, for this young lady had surprised her sister, by expressing a desire to hear what Dr. Vaughan would say of Madeline's adventures. To tell the TNLTH, Claire had fancied that Clarence would criticize more or less, and it was in the capacity of champion for the absent that she appeared at the interview. After the matter had been fully discussed, Dr. Vaughan addressed himself to Claire, Miss Keith, you have been a good listener. Won't you give us your opinion as to the achievements of our little friend?" Claire came forward, with a charming mixture of frankness and embarrassment. "First, let me make the amendee Honourable Dr. Vaughan. I presented myself at this interview with the full intention, and for the express purpose, of waging war upon you both, if necessary, and I had no doubt that it would be." Dr. Vaughan looked much astonished. "But," pursued Claire, "I have misjudged you. I did not think you would so heartily approve of Madeline's course, and I was bristling with bayonets to defend her." "Must own to being of Claire's opinion," interposed Olive, looking somewhat amused. Clarence smiled and then looked thoughtful. "I can easily understand," he said, seriously, "how you ladies might have looked upon the course Miss Payne has taken, as an objectionable, even an improper, one. The position in which she has placed herself is, certainly, an unusual, a startling one for a woman of refinement and delicacy. But we must consider that the occasion is also an unusual one, and ordinary measures will not apply successfully to extraordinary cases. As to the impropriety, no one need fear to TN1 street his or her honour in the keeping of a woman as brave and noble as Madeline Payne is proving herself." "Then you do not censure Madeline for refusing to trust the matter in the hands of a detective?" questioned Olive. "The matter is in the hands of a detective, Mrs. Gerard, in the hands of the shrewdest and ablest little detective that could, by any possibility, have been found. Why, Madeline has accomplished, in a short time, what the best detectives on our regular force might have laboured at for a year, and then failed of achieving." Claire threw a look of triumph at her sister. 011, "How glad I am to hear you say all this, and how glad Madeline would be." Then she checked herself suddenly. "I can suggest but one improvement upon the present state of things," said Clarence, after a moment's reflection. "That is, if we can persuade Madeline to permit it, and I think we can, we should set two men at work, neither one to be aware of the employment of the other. One to trace out as much of the past of this man Percy, as may be. The other to perform the same office for Devlin. Of course, they would not be advised of the actual reason for these researches, and so their investigations would in no way interfere with Madeline's pursuit of the game at Oakley. I don't think we could improve upon the present arrangement there." "And how do you propose to bring this about?" questioned Olive. "By going down to Belair, as soon as I can get the necessary permission from our little Generalissimo, and talking the matter over with her. I think she will see the propriety of the move, don't you?" appealing to Claire. "I think she will follow your advice gravely." "I hope she will," said Olive. "No, she will do exactly right," asserted Claire, so positively that they both smiled. "I think I may venture to agree with you, Miss Keith," said Dr. Vaughan. "You had better, both of you, where Madeline is concerned, looking ferocious." "Begin to think that Valour is infectious," laughed Olive, and Clarence joined in the laugh. Altogether the result of their counsel was pleasing to each of the three. Olive was hopeful, Clarence was full of enthusiasm, and more deeply in love than ever with generous Claire, and she was pleased with his frank admiration of Madeline's courage, and full of hope for Madeline's future. He admires her now. He will love her by and by, she assured herself. Hagar and Cora. Meanwhile, Lucian Devlin had hastened to Belair in response to Cora's summons, full of conjectures as to what had turned up. When the noon train from the city puffed up to the little platform, Lucian Devlin was among the arrivals, and at the end of the depot platform stood the dainty phaeton of Mrs. John Arthur. That lady herself reined in her prancing ponies, and the whole formed an object of admiration for the few depot loungers. As Lucian Devlin crossed the platform and took his seat beside the lady, an old woman hobbled across the track. Casting a furtive glance in the direction the ponies were taking, she hobbled away toward the wood. Miss Arthur's maid had surmised aright. It was no part of Cora's plan to permit the inmates of Oakley a view of Mr. Devlin on this occasion. So the ponies were driven briskly away from the town, and when that was left behind, permitted to walk through the almost leafless woods, while Cora revealed to Lucian the extent of the fresh calamity that had befallen them in the advent of Mr. Percy. "Well, what have you to say to all this?" demanded the lady, pettishly, after she had disburdened herself of the ST01Y, with its most minute paniculars. "This is a pretty state of affairs, is it not? I am worn out. I wish Oakley and the whole tribe were at the bottom of the sea." "Stuff," with much coolness. Then taking a flask containing some amber liquid from a breast pocket, he held it between his eyes and the light for critical examination. "Stuff? Where? In that flask?" "No, in your words." "This," shaking the amber liquid, "is Simon Pure, best French. Have some?" I felt as if I needed a bracer this morning. "Up all night, I presume," eyeing him askant. "Pretty much," indifferently. "Won't take any?" Then, here's confusion to Percy, and he took a long draught. "Now, then," pocketing the brandy and turning toward her, briskly, "I'm ready for business. How the deuce did we let this fellow pounce down upon us like this? I thought he was safe in Cuba." "He will never be safe anywhere, until he gets to heaven," suggested he. "Suppose it was stupid," she went on, gloomily. "But when Ellen Arthur raved of her dear friend Mr. Percy, how was I to imagine that among all the Percys on earth, this especial and particular one should be the Percy? I wrote you that she had a lover of that name. Did it occur to you that it might be he?" maliciously. "Well, candidly, it did not. We were a pair of stupid fools, and we are finally caught for our pains." "First statement correct," composedly. "Don't agree with the last, however." "Why not?" "Does he know I am on deck? Didn't inquire after me, or say anything about the documents?" "No special inquiries." "Well, then, where is the great danger?" "Where?" much astonished. "Yes, where? A fire told me all the TNLTH concerning yourself 10 years ago. We can make him play into our hands." "How?" "Don't go too fast. When you told me that he believed you to have left home because of an unkind stepmother, was that TME? It was true. I did leave home and come to the city when I was but 16, because my father was a drunkard, and my stepmother abusive, and we were poor and I was proud. Don't doubt that fact," with an outward gesture of the supple hand. "But you told him that you had 2 big stepbrothers." Cora laughed. "A big brother is an excellent weapon to hold over the heads of some men," she suggested. "True," with an amused look. "Why didn't you brandish one over me?" "Over you?" laughing again. "You and Percy were 2 different men." "Much obliged," lifting his hat with mock gravity. "Well, we are 2 different men still. Just let your pretty little head rest, and leave Percy to wish to heaven you had made an end, LRHH. "I have sighed to rest me," warbled Devlin. "Cora, my love, never put your foot on too dangerous ground." "Well, I do wish so, all the same," said she, with feminine pertinacity. "Now, tell me what your plan is. We want to understand each other, and have no more bungling. All you will have to do will be to keep quiet and follow my cue. When I come down, we must manage it that I meet Percy in Miss Arthur's absence. The rest is easy. This Mr. Percy will not find his path free from obstacles. I think, what game will you play?" "Precisely what I am playing now. I am your brother." "That will explain some things that puzzled him some time ago," dryly. "I am your sole protector, saving the old chap, don't you see?" The woman pondered a moment. "I'll think it will answer," she said, at last. "At any rate, it is the best we can do now." A little more conversation, and Cora was quite satisfied with that and other arrangements. Then the ponies were headed toward the village, and driven at a brisk pace, thus enabling Mr. Devlin to catch the afternoon train back to the city. No one at Oakley was any the wiser for his visit. It was no uncommon thing for Cora to drive out unattended, and she returned to the manor in a very good humour, considering the situation. Cora's drive had given her an appetite, and she had partaken of no luncheon. She therefore ordered a very bounteous one to be served in the red parlour. Mr. Arthur was enjoying his usual afternoon siesta. Miss Arthur was invisible, for which Cora felt duly thankful, and so she settled herself down to solitude, cold chicken and other edibles, and her own thoughts. Ever and anon she gazed listlessly from the window, letting her eyes rove from the terrace to the hedgerow walk, the woods beyond, and back again to the 10 Ace. Suddenly she bent forward, and looked earnestly at some object, moving toward the stile from the grove beyond. A moment later, it appeared in the gap of the hedge. Cora leaned back in her chair, still observant, muttering, "Elle thought so. It is that ugly old woman. Now, what in the world does she want here? For, yes, she is entering the grounds, coming up the terrace." True enough, old Hagar was coming slowly along the terrace, taking a leisurely survey of the window facing that walk. As she did so, casting her eyes upward, they met the gaze of Mrs. Arthur. Then, much to the surprise of that lady, she paused and executed a brief pantomime, as grotesque as it was mysterious. Cora drew back in some astonishment, pondering as to whether or no the old woman might not be partially insane, when Susan, the maid of the romantic mind, appeared before her, and announced that the object of her thoughts was in the kitchen, and begged that Mrs. Arthur would permit her an interview. Cora was still more surprised. "What can she possibly want with me?" she asked herself, quite audibly. "If you please," volunteered Susan. She said that it was something important, and that she never would have put her foot inside this house, begging your pardon, only for you. Flattering though this statement might be, it did not enlighten her much. So, after a moment's reflection, Mrs. Altucher bade the girl show the old person accordingly. In another moment almost, old Hagar was bowing very humbly before the lady with the silken flounces. Susan retired reluctantly, deeply regretting that she could find no time to stop up the keyhole with her ear, thus rendering it impossible for prying eyes to peep through that orifice. "Well, old woman," began Cora, rather inelegantly, "it must be confessed, what on earth were you making such a fuss about, down on the terrace? And what do you want with me?" A close observer of the human countenance divine would never have judged, from the small amount of expression that was manifest in the face of Hagar, that her reply would have been such a very humble one. "Want to serve you, dear lady." The dear lady pursed up her lips in surprise. "To warn you, madam." Cora was dumb with astonishment, not unmingled with apprehension. What had broken loose now? "I am only a poor old woman, lady, and nobody thinks that old Hagar has a heart for the wrongs of others. I said that I would never cross John Arthur's threshold again, but I have seen your pretty face, going to and fro through the village streets, and I knew there was no one to warn you but me." "Oh, you did," remarked Cora, not knowing whether to be alarmed or amused, at the old woman's earnestness. "Well, what's your name?" "Hagar, lady." "Well, old Hagar, do you mean to tell me that I am in any particular danger just at present?" "Is the dove in danger when it is in the nest of the hawk?" said Hagar, closing her eyes tight as she uttered the words, but looking otherwise very tragical. Cora laughed musically. "Good gracious, old lady!" She was modifying her titles somewhat, probably under the influence of Hagar's flatteries. "You mean to compare me to a dove laughing afresh, in a hawk's nest? Oh, dear! Oh, dear!" Wiping her eyes. "Now, then, please introduce me to the wicked hawk." Hagar was getting tired of her part, and she made a direct rush at the point of the business, and with then good dramatic effect. "I mean your husband," she said, vehemently. "I'll mean John Arthur. He is a bad man. If he has not done it already, he will make you miserable by and by." Cora drew herself up and tried to look severe. "Old lady," she said, with supernatural gravity, "don't you know that it is very improper for you to come and talk to me, like this, about my husband? Just hear her, sniffed Hagar rather unnecessarily, all because I think she is too young, and too pretty, to be sacrificed like the others. Like the others? What others? Like his first wife. She was young, like you, and a lovely lady. His cruelty was her death. And then he must warn and abuse her poor daughter, until she NMS away and comes to an untimely end. And now, you fear he will make an end of me, briskly. Sit down, old lady, becoming still more affable. So Mr. Arthur ill-used his first wife, my predecessor. Thank you, dear lady, you are very kind to a poor old woman seating herself gingerly on the edge of a chair opposite Cora. Yes, indeed, he did ill-use her. She was my mistress, and I shall always hate him for it. Cora mused. Here was an old servant who hated the master of Oakley. Might she not prove useful, after a time? At any rate, it would be well to sound her. You were very much attached to the lady, no doubt, insinuatingly. Yes, and who would not be? She was very sweet and good, was my poor mistress. Oh, he is a bad man, madam, and you surely cannot be very happy with him. And he was unkind to his stepdaughter, too, ignoring the last supposition. Unkind? He was a wretch. Oh, I could almost murder him for his cruelty to that poor dead lassie, fiercely. Perhaps he was none too kind to you, suggested Cora. Oh, he never treated me like a human being. He hated me because I tried to stand between her and harm. But he could not get rid of the sight of me. I have a little home where he can't avoid seeing me sometimes. I believe, if I kept always appearing before him, he would go raving mad. He hates me to that extent. Is that so? Yes, indeed. Why, lady, if I were without house or home, and you, out of the kindness of your heart, were to take me into your employment as the very humblest of your servants, I believe he would kill us both. You think he would? Cora actually seemed to encourage the old woman in her garmlety. Oh, I know it. It's not much in the way of charity, or kindness, you will be able to do in this house. If he don't imprison you in one of these old closed-up musty rooms, you will be lucky. He is very dangerous. Sometimes I used to think he must be insane. Cora started. Well, Hagar, she said, sweetly, it's very good of you to take so much interest in me. He is very cross sometimes, but, perhaps, it won't be so bad as you fear. I hope it won't, rising to go and shaking her head dubiously, but I am afraid for you. Well, laughing, I'll try and not let him lock me up, at any rate. Now, is there anything I can do for you? If ever you want to make him feel what it is to make others suffer, Hagar help you. Oh, no, lady. You looked so pretty, and so good, that I wanted to warn you, that is all. I should be glad if I could serve you, too, but I could never serve him. I don't want for anything, dear lady. Now the old woman will go. Elle won't forget you, Hagar, if I ever need a friend. Hagar turned toward her. If you ever want to make him feel what it is to make others suffer, Hagar will help you. There was a vindictive light in the old woman's eyes, and she hobbled out of the room, looking as if she meant all she had said. Cora sat, for a time, pondering over the interview, and trying to trace out some motive for insincerity on the old woman's part. But she could see none. She resolved to investigate a little, and all that evening was the most attentive and agreeable of wives. Abundant and versatile was her conversation. Deftly she led the talk up to the proper point, and then said, carelessly, driving through the village, today, I passed that queer old woman, Hagar, do they call her? She glared at me, oh, so savagely. She's an old hag. Mr. Altucher answered, with unnecessary fierceness. Elle don't see what Satan has been about, all these years, that he's not taken her away to her proper atmosphere. Why, in pretty surprise, Elle thought she used to be one of your servants. She was a servant to my first wife moodily. 6 Got rid of the baggage quick enough, when Mrs. Arthur died. She's an old viper, and put more disobedience into that girl Madeline's head, than I ever could get out. What a horrid old wretch she must be, shuddering. Then the conversation dropped, and Cora was satisfied. The old woman shall be my tool, she thought, triumphantly. To be, to do, to suffer. On the day that followed the events last related, Madeline Payne returned to Oakley to resume her self-imposed task. Leaving the train, the girl took the path through the woods. When she had traversed it halfway, she came upon old Hagar, who was seated upon a fallen log awaiting her. Looking cautiously about, to assure herself that the interview would have no spectators, Madeline, or Celine, as we must now call her, seated herself to listen to the report of Davlin's visit, and the success of Hagar's interview with Cora. Expressing herself fully satisfied with what she heard, Celine made the old woman acquainted with the result of her visit to the city, or as much of it as was necessary and expedient. Then, after some words of mutual counsel, and a promise to visit her that evening, if possible, the girl lost no time in making her way to the manor, and straight into the presence of her mistress. Considering that her maid was her maid, Miss Arthur welcomed her with an almost rapturous outburst. Celine had held high place in the affections of Miss Altuve, TNLTH to tell, since her astonishing discovery of Mr. Edward Percy, in the character of young Romeo, promenading within sight of his lady's window. Celine simpered Miss Altuve, while the damsel addressed was brushing out her mistress's hair, preparatory to building it into a French wonder. Celine, I may be wrong in talking so freely to you about myself and my friends, but I observe that you never presume in the least. Oh, mademoiselle, I could never do that, cooed the girl, with wicked double meaning. And pursued Miss Arthur, graciously, you are really quite a sagacious and discreet young person. Thanks, m'lady. Then, as if recollecting herself, pardon, mademoiselle, but you are so like her ladyship, Madame la Baronne d'Oran, my very first mistress. Oh, I don't mind it at all, Celine. As I was saying, you seem quite a superior young person, and no doubt I am not the first who has made you a sort of confidant. Merci. No, my lady. Madame la Baronne used to trust me with everything, and often deigned to ask my advice. But French ladies, mademoiselle, always put confidence in their maids. And a maid will die rather than betray a good mistress. Exactly. Celine, are you going to put my hair so high? Very high, m'lady. Oh, well, will it be becoming? La mode la française, relapsing into ecstasy and French. Le coiffeur comme il faut. Chere Amy, le chef ouvre. Miss Altuve collapsed, and Celine continued to build up an atrociously unbecoming pile of puffs and curls in triumphant silence. Celine never indulged in her native tongue, so she assured her mistress, except when carried away by momentary enthusiasm, or unwanted emotion. It was bad taste, she averred, and she desired to cultivate the beautiful American language. Presently Miss Arthur made another venture, feeling quite justified in following in the footsteps of so august a personage as Madame la Baronne. Did you see Mr. Percy after you left Bel-Air? No, mademoiselle. Did you observe if he returned in the same train with yourself? No, mademoiselle. Then, with a meaning little laugh, Monsieur will not remain long from Oakley. Miss Arthur tried to look unconscious, and succeeded in looking idiotic. Pardon, mademoiselle, but I can't forget that night. Mademoiselle is surely relieved of one fear. What is that? The fear of being wooed because of her wealth. Miss Arthur started, then said, there may be something in that, Celine, and it is not impossible that I may inherit more. All, inquiringly. Yes. Possibly you have learned from the servants that Mr. Arthur lost a young stepdaughter not long ago, just before you came, in fact. I don't remember. Did she die, mademoiselle? Yes. She was a very wild, unruly child, a regular little heathen. Oh, pardon, did it hurt, removing a long, spiky hairpin, with much apparent solicitude. A little, yes. As I was saying, this ridiculous girl was sent to school and no expense spared to make a lady of her. Indeed, away. Merci, mademoiselle, suddenly recalling her French. And then she died among strangers, just as provokingly as she had lived. She must even run away to die, to make it seem as if her home was not a happy one. What a very wicked young person, how you must have been annoyed. We were all deeply grieved. And I don't suppose that dead young woman was even grateful for that. Oh, there was no gratitude in her. Of course not. Now, mademoiselle, let me do your eyebrows, turning her about. But pursued Miss Arthur, when she died, my brother acquired unconditional control of a large fortune, and you must see that my brother is getting rather old. Well, in case of his death, a part, at least, of this fortune will become mine. Yes, madam. Brother is too much afraid to face the thought of death and make a new will, and papers are in existence that will give me the larger portion of his fortune. Of course, Mrs. Arthur will get her third. Celine was now surprised in earnest. Miss Arthur had spoken the TNLTH. With shrewd foresight, she had made John Arthur sign certain papers 2 years before, in consideration of sundry loans from her. And of this state of affairs every one, except their two selves and the necessary lawyer, had remained in ignorance. The girl's eyes gleamed. This was still better. It would make her vengeance more complete. And now Miss Arthur was thrown into a state of girlish agitation by the appearance of Susan, who announced that Mr. Percy was in the drawing-room, awaiting the pleasure of his inamorator. She bade Celine make haste with her complexion and, after the lapse of something like half an hour, swept down to welcome her lover, with a great many amber silk flounces following in her wake. Celine Lyric gazed after her for a moment and then closed the door. Flinging herself down at ease in the spinster's luxurious dressing-chair, she pulled off the blue glasses and let the malicious triumph dance in her eyes as much as it would. Oh, you are a precious pair, you two, brother and sister. The one a knave, the other a fool. It is really pathetic to see how you mourn my loss. I have a great mind to, Here something seemed to occur to her that checked her mutterings, and sent her off into a deep meditation. After a long stillness she uttered a low, mocking laugh that had, too, a tinge of mischief in it. Rising slowly from the dressing-chair she said, as she nodded significantly to her image reflected back from Miss Alture's dressing-glass, I'll put that idea into execution some nice night, and then won't there be a row in the castle? Ah! My charming mistress, if you had spoken one kind or regretful word for poor Madeline, it would have been better for you. What was the girl meditating now? What did she mean? Yes, good people at Oakley, I believe I'll take a little private amusement out of you all, while I feel quite in the mood. I won't be too partial. Then she betook herself to her own room and let her thoughts fly back to Olive and Claire and Clarence. Presently, for she was very weary, spite of the previous night's repose, she fell asleep. Late that evening she flitted through the woods and across the meadow to the cottage of old Hagar. Sleep had refreshed her and she had dreamed pleasant dreams. She felt stout of heart, and firm of nerve. Old Hagar was overjoyed to see a smile in her nursling's face, and to hear, at times, a laugh, low and sweet, reminding her of olden days. The girl remained with her old nurse for nearly an hour. When they parted there was a perfect understanding between them, in regard to future movements and plans. No one at Oakley was aware of Lucian Davlin's flying visit, thus much Celine knew. but of the purport and result of that visit, she knew nothing. Nor could she guess. She must bide her time, for there seemed just now little to disturb the monotony of waiting. One thing was, however, necessary. When the time came for Miss Arthur to leave Oakley, Celine must remain. To that end she must contrive to fall out with the spinster, and fall in with Madame Cora. If that lady could not be beguiled into retaining her at Oakley, she must resort to a more hazardous scheme. She had already taken a step toward ingratiating herself with Mrs. Arthur, and with tolerable success. She was maturing her plans and waiting for an opportunity to put them into action. No doubt but that by the time she had accomplished her object, if it could be accomplished, the opposite forces would come into conflict, setting some snares. 3 days had now passed since Madeline's return from the city. On the morning of the 4th day, she seized the first leisure moment for a visit to the post office. Instead of the single letter from Olive that she had expected, she found 3. They were enclosed in one wrapper. This she removed on her way back to Oakley, and found the first, as was the wrapper, addressed in Olive's hand. The penmanship of the second was fairy-like and beautiful, and she recognized it as Claire's. At sight of the third, her heart gave a great bound, and then almost stood still. It was superscribed in a firm, manly hand, and was, it must be, from Dr. Vaughan. Once securely locked in her room, Madeline opened the first of her letters with eager fingers. Yes, Olive's first. The desire to see what he had said was strong in her hereaft, but she had decided not to humour her helt. She held his letter caressingly for a moment and then putting it beside Claire's opened and read Olive Gerard's letter. It was like Olive's self, sweet, womanly, hopeful, yet sad. Dear Madeline, I am only now beginning to realize the new life and hope you have put into my heart. As I think again of what you have done and are doing, I cannot but feel faith in your success. Oh, if I could but work with you, for you and for Philip. Again and again I implore you to pardon me for ever doubting your wisdom or strength. If at any time I can aid you, such poor aid, my purse is yours, as your cause is mine. Claire and Dr. Vaughan will speak for themselves. And as I dare make no more suggestions to so wise a woman, I only put in a faint little plea. Do, pray, grant Dr. Vaughan's request, and may God aid you in all that you do. Olive. Dr. Vaughan's request, repeated the girl. Would that I could grant him not only all his requests, but all his wishes. Then she opened Claire's letter. My grand Madeline, how proud I am to claim you for my friend. I shall never again conduct myself with any degree of meekness toward people who have not the happiness of knowing you. And you should hear Dr. Vaughan extol you. He says you are wiser and braver than any detective. That he would trust you in any emergency. That if anyone can lift the cloud that hangs over poor Philip, it is you. My heart tells me that you will yet prove the good angel of Philip and Olive, as already you have been mine, and soon, I pray, you will become that and more to Dr. Vaughan. You must and shall. I shall have no wish ungratified when I can see your trials at an end, and yourself, surrounded by us who love you, happy at last. Don't let all these other claimants push me out of your heart, always keep one little place for your loving, grateful Claire. Madeline's eyes were moist when she lifted them from the pencil of this letter. Bright, beautiful, brave Claire, she murmured, who could help loving her? Then her eyes fell again upon the letter, and she started. You will become that and more to Dr. Vaughan, she read. What can she mean? Can it be possible that, after all, I have betrayed myself to her? She reread the letter from beginning to end, her face flushing and paling. Oh, she whispered softly, she has read my heart, and we are playing at cross purposes. What a queer rivalry! The girl actually laughed, a rivalry of renunciation. Does she yet know how he loves her, I wonder? Then, her face growing graver, she won't be long in making that discovery now. She took up Clarence Vaughan's letter, almost dreading to break the seal. My bra/ear little sister, you perceive, I have commenced my and instead of being able to grant favours to my new sister, I am reduced to the necessity of begging them at her hands. In a word, I want to come to Bel-Air. Not to be a meddlesome adviser, I am too firmly a convert to your method of procedure for that. Besides, I should have to declare war upon Miss Keith if I presumed thus far. But I do desire to fund her your plans, and to this end would make a suggestion that has occurred to me since hearing of your marvelous detective work. Believe me, I cannot express the admiration I feel for your daring and tact. I have no longer the faintest scruple as to sting this issue, so imminent to all of us, in your hands. And I am more than proud of such a sister. May I come to Bel-Air, say on Monday next? I will stop at the little station a few miles this side of the village, and walk or drive over, and find my way to the cottage of your old nurse, where you can meet me, unless you have a better place to suggest. I shall anxiously await your answer, and am your brother to command. Cevaut 1 Han. Madeline's cheeks were flushed, her eyes shining. How they all trust me, she ejaculated, and they always shall. I will never be false to their friendship, no, not if to serve them my heart's blood must become wormwood and gall. She reread all her letters, but would not allow herself to linger too long over that of Clarence Vaughan. She had resolved to have no more weakness, no more outbreaks of passion. She was then stern with herself. Even as a friend and brother, she would not allow her thoughts to dwell too much upon him, until she grew stronger, and more perfect in her renunciation. Then she sat down at her humble little table, and answered her letters. To Olive she wrote a sweet, cheery note, telling of her gratitude, her affection, her hope for the future, and then she added a womanlike P.S. as follows: Please say to Dr. Vaughan that I will be at Hagar's cottage on Monday evening, but can't tell the precise time I may be able to appear. If he follows the main road through the village, until he has passed the grounds of Oakley, he will have no difficulty in finding the cottage. It stands alone, almost in the middle of a field, facing the west, and is the first habitation after Oakley. Cannot write to him, she said, at least not now. Then she wrote Claire a long, cheery letter, saying little of herself, and much of her friends, of all save Dr. Vaughan. She would not mention him tenderly, she could not mention him lightly, so she would say of him nothing at all. But if Madeline was astute, Claire, too, was beginning to develop that quality. So when the latter young lady read this letter, she smiled and said, "The dear little hypocrite! As if she could deceive me by this evidently studied neglect. 011. You proud, stiff-necked, little detective." And their game of cross-purposes went on. Madeline had sealed her letters, and was about to reach for her hat preparatory to hastening with them to the post office, when her attention was arrested by a sound, slight but unusual, and not far away. She stood erect, silent, motionless, listening intently. Presently the sound was repeated, and then a look of intelligence passed over the girl's face. Someone is in the deserted rooms, she thought. And she abandoned for the present her purpose of going out. There was but one way to approach the closed-up rooms, and that way led past the door of Madeline's room. A few paces beyond her door, the hall connecting the west wing with the more modern portion, made a sharp curve and opened into the main hall of that floor. Celine Lyric opened her door cautiously, having first donned her not very becoming walking attire. Then she took up her position just outside the angle of the western hall, and so close to it that if an approach was made from below, she could easily retire behind the angle. She stood erect, silent, motionless. She had grown healthily tired of her sentinel task when, at last, a soft whistle was heard near at hand. Celine turned so quickly into the narrower hall that she fairly ran upon and stopped Mrs. John Arthur, who uttered a sharp exclamation expressive of surprise and annoyance. Celine poured forth a mixture of French and English, expressive of her contrition and horror at having almost overturned Madame, and wound up by saying, "Madame has been to my room? Madame has desired some service, perhaps? If so, she has only to command." Cora drew a breath of relief, having sufficiently recovered from the collision and accompanying confusion, to draw a breath of any kind, and at once rallied her forces. "Yes, Celine, I wanted you to do something for me, if you will." "Anything, Madame?" Madame was collecting her thoughts. I wanted to ask if you could find time to come to my room and try and do something with my hair. Your hairdressing is perfect, and I am so tired of my own." Celine would be only too happy. Should she come now? She had just returned from the village, she would put off her hat and be at Madame's disposal. But Madame was not inclined to be manipulated just then. Celine might come to her dressing room and do her hair for dinner, after she was done with Miss Allture, of course. So they separated, mutually satisfied. A veritable ghost. What a day of glory it had been to the spinster, this day on which Madeline had read her 3 letters, and Cora had explored the shut-up wing. And what a day of torture to fastidious Edward Percy, who would have welcomed any third presence, even Cora or John Arthur, anyone, anything, was better than that long slavery at the feet of a painted and too visibly ancient mistress. But even the longest days have an end. At last he was set at liberty, and he hurried back to the little inn, literally kicking his way through the autumn darkness. The old house of Oakley stood, with its last light extinguished, tall and sombre, against a background of black sky and blacker trees. At last every soul under its roof was asleep, all but one. That one was very wide awake and intent on mischief. Love-making, dear reader, although you may not know it, is a wearisome business, even if ever so agreeable. Especially is it wearisome to those like Miss Arthur, maidens whose waists are too tight, whose complexions will ill endure lip service, and whose tresses are liable to become not only dishevelled but dislocated. Therefore, when Miss Allture had dismissed her lover, with a sigh of regret, she lost no time in doffing her glories with a sigh of relief. Even a very rich and hearty luncheon, which her maid had provided, was gourmandized rather than enjoyed, so tempting did her couch look to the worn-out damsel. Miss Allture had refreshed herself with an hour's uninterrupted repose, and was revelling in a dreamy Arcadia, hand in hand with her beloved, when something cold falling on her cheek dispelled her visions. She started broad awake, and face to face with a horrible reality. The moon was pouring a flood of silver light in through the 2 windows, facing the south, whose curtains were drawn back, making the room almost stars-light as at midday. And there, near her bed, almost within reach of her hand, stood Madeline Payne, all swathed in white clinging cerements, ghastly as a corpse, hollow-eyed and awful, but, nevertheless, Madeline Payne. Over her white temples dropped rings of curly, yellow hair, and across the pale lips a mocking smile was flitting. Miss Arthur gasped and closed her eyes very tight, but they would not stay closed. They flew open again to behold the vision still there. The spinster was transfixed with horror. Cold drops of perspiration oozed out upon her forehead and trickled down her nose. She clutched at the bedclothes convulsively, and gazed. Wider and wider stared her eyes, but no sound escaped her lips. She gazed and gazed, but the spectre would not vanish. Poor Miss Arthur was terror-stricken almost to the verge of catalepsy. In consideration of the persistence with which they return again and again, according to good authority, ghosts in general must be endowed with much patience. Be this as it may of the average ghost, certain it is that this particular apparition, after glaring immovably at the spinster for the space of 5 minutes, began to find it monotonous. Slowly from among the snowy drapery came forth a white hand, that pointed at the occupant of the bed with silent menace. Near the bed, almost within reach of her hand, stood Madeline Payne, all swathed in the spell was broken. The lips of Miss Arthur were unclosed, and shrieks, one following the other in rapid succession, resounded in the ears of even the most remote sleepers. With the utterance of her first yell, Miss Arthur had made a desperate plunge to the further side of her bed, away from the spectre, and, turning her face to the wall, shut out thus the appalling white vision. Having once found her voice, Miss Altuve continued to clutch at the bedclothes, glare at the wall, and shriek spasmodically, even after her inner consciousness must have assured her that the room now held others beside herself and the ghost, supposing it to be still on the opposite side of the bed. Cora, in a state of wild dishabille, John Arthur, ditto, and armed with a cane, Susan and Mary, half in the room and half out, then Celine Lyric, apparently much frightened, without knowing at what. A volley of questions from the master of the house, and a return of courage to the mistress. But Miss Arthur only gathered herself together, took in a fresh supply of breath, and embarked in another series of howls. Nothing was amiss in the room, it could not have been a burglar. The night lamp was burning dimly behind its heavy shade, on the table were the fragments of Miss Arthur's lunch, and Mr. and Mrs. Arthur had found easy access through the closed, but unbolted door. After a time, a long time, during which Cora and Celine administered sal volatile and other restoratives, Mr. Arthur douched her with oaths and ice water, and the servants whispered in a group, the maiden found voice. It was a very feeble voice, and it conveyed to her audience the astounding intelligence that she had seen a ghost, Madeline Payne's ghost. Upon hearing her story, John Altuve seemed at first a little startled. But Cora only laughed, and Celine, glancing significantly at the lunch table, said, with a slight smile, "Mademoiselle has nerves, and she may have lunched heartily before retiring." John Arthur strode across the room and viewed the debris of luncheon. "Humph," he muttered. "Oysters and salads, potted meat and pastry, strong coffee and lemon syllabub with brandy. Good Lord, I don't know what should have kept the contents of an entire cemetery from sweeping down upon your slumbers, you female gourmand. Ghosts indeed." And he stamped out of the room in high dudgeon. His tirade was wholly lost upon his sister, however, for that lady was whimpering comfortably and putting all her feeble energy into the effort. Cora glanced up as the door banged after her lord and master, and ordered the servants back to bed. Then she turned toward Celine, saying, "That door was certainly not locked when we came to it, for I was here even sooner than Mr. Arthur." Celine smiled again. "Mademoiselle dismissed me before she had finished her luncheon. I had disrobed her previously, and she said she should retire as soon as she drank her coffee. She may have forgotten the door." Cora turned toward the bed. "Did you lock your door, Ellen?" But Ellen did not know, she could not remember if she had or had not. Then Cora said to Celine, "I'm glad to find you so sensible. We shall have hard work now to convince those ridiculous servants that there is not a ghost in every corner." "I do not think that graves open," replied the girl, seriously. Then she gave her undivided attention to her mistress, who bade fair to be hysterical for the rest of the night. Miss Altuve would not be left alone again. No argument could convince her that the spectre was born of her imagination, and therefore not likely to return. So Cora bade Celine prepare to spend the remainder of the night in Miss Arthur's dressing room. Accordingly, Celine withdrew to her own apartment, where her preparations were made as follows. First, she shook out the folds of a sheet that hung over a chair, and restored it to its proper place on the bed. Then she removed from her dressing stand a box of white powder, and BNLSHED away all traces of said powder from her garments and the floor. Next, she carefully hid away a key that had fallen to the floor and lay near the classically folded sheet. These things accomplished, she made a few additions to her toilet, extinguished the light, locked her door carefully, trying it afterward to make assurance doubly sure, and retraced her steps to relieve Cora, who was dutifully sitting by the spinster's bed, and beginning to shiver in her somewhat scanty drapery. As the night wore on, and Miss Arthur became calmed and quiet, the girl lay back in the big dressing chair, gazing into the grate, and thinking. Her thoughts were sometimes of Claire, sometimes of Clarence, of the Gerards, and of Edward Percy, then of her success as a ghostess, and at this she would almost laugh. But from every subject her mind would turn again and again to one question, that repeated itself until it took the form of a goblin and danced through her dreams, when at last she slept, whispering over and over, "What is it that Cora Arthur carries in a belt about her waist? What is it? What is it?" For the girl had made a strange discovery while Cora was sitting beside Miss Arthur's bed, clad only in night's scanty drapery. Some days of waiting. Dr. Vaughan had written that he could find his way with ease to Nurse Haygarth's cottage, and he did. Swinging himself down upon the dark end of the platform, when the evening train puffed into Belair village, he crossed the track, and walked rapidly along the path that led in the direction of the cottage. He strode on until the light from the cottage window gleamed out upon the night, and his way led over the field. Halfway between the stile and the cottage, a form, evidently that of a woman, appeared before him, and coming in his direction. The figure came nearer, and a voice, that was certainly not Madeline's, said, "Is the gentleman going to old Haygarth's cottage?" "Are you Haygarth?" replied Clarence, Yankee fashion. Haygarth, and you are Dr. Vaughan? Then pass on, sir, the one you seek is there." And the old woman waved her hand toward the light and hobbled on. Clarence stared after her for a moment, but the darkness had devoured her, and he resumed his way toward the cottage. In hastening to meet a friend we naturally have, in our mind, a picture. Our friend will look so, or so. Thus with Clarence Vaughan. Expecting to meet a pair of deep, sad, beautiful eyes, lifted to his own, to behold a fair forehead shadowed by soft, shining curls, judge of Clarence's surprise when the opened door revealed to him a small being of no shape in particular, a very black head of hair, surmounted by an ugly maid's cap, and a pair of unearthly, staring blue glasses. Madeline had chosen to appear in character at this interview. She intended to keep her own personality out of sight, and she felt that she needed the aid and concealment that her disguise would afford. She would give Claire's schemes no vantage ground. So Madeline Payne was carefully hidden away under the wig and pigment and padding, and Celine Lyric courtesied demurely as she held the door open to admit him, and said, "Good evening, Monsieur le Docteur, you perceive I am here before you." "Rather, I don't perceive it." "You are here before me in a double sense of the word, yes. And I suppose you call yourself, Celine Lyric, at your service, maid in waiting to Miss Arthur, of Oakley." Dr. Vaughan laughed. "Well, won't you shake hands with an American of no special importance, Celine Lyric?" She placed her hand in his and then drew forward a chair. "I hope you found no difficulty in getting out tonight," he said, sitting down and looking at her with a half-amused, half-grave countenance. "None whatever. I have been suffering with a sick headache all day." "And you can get in again unseen?" "Easily. In the evening the servants are all below stairs." "But what an odd disguise! Do they never question your blue glasses?" "Not half so much as they would question the eyes without them. They believe my eyes were ruined by close application to fine needlework." And then, she pushed up the glasses a trifle, and he saw that the eyelid, and a line underneath the eye, were artistically all acknowledge that my eyes look very weak. "I fancy they'll find those eyes have looked too sharply for them, and she laughed lightly. "I hope so." Sitting there in her prim disguise, the girl felt glad to gaze upon him, felt as if, look as much as she would, she was gazing from a safe distance. Dr. Vaughan came straight to the point of his visit, beginning by requesting a repetition of such portion of the facts she had discovered as related most particularly to the two men, Devlin and Percy. Then he made his suggestion. To his surprise it was a welcome one to the girl. "That is just what I have had in mind," she said, thoughtfully. "After reflecting, I have changed my plans somewhat, and I don't see my way quite so clearly as before." He was looking at her attentively, but asked no questions. Since I came from the city, she resumed, with some hesitation, have thought that I would be glad to talk again with all of you. But it won't do to incur the risk of more absences, for if I do not mistake the signs, things will be pretty lively up there nodding in the direction of Oakley, before many days. So perhaps we had better see what our two heads can develop in the way of counterplot, and you can make known the result to Olive. If your own invention will not serve, I fear mine will be at an utter loss. But you know how glad I shall be to share your confidence. My invention must serve, she said, firmly, and quite ignoring the latter clause of his speech, and so must yours. You see, my plan before going to the city was a comparatively simple one. I intended to work my way into the confidence of Mrs. John Arthur. Failing in that, Hagar must have been reinstated, and then the dynamite would have been easy, to get possession of specimens of the medicine prescribed for Mr. Arthur, to hunt down this sham doctor they are to introduce into the house, to show John Arthur the manner of wife he has, to make my own terms with him, and then expose and tum out the whole pack. But all this must be changed. Changed? And how? I can't turn them out of Oakley. I must keep them there, every one of them, at any cost. Dr. Vaughan looked puzzled. Can't allow them to kill that old man, not even to vindicate poetical justice, he said, gravely. No, we can't allow just that. But don't you see, if we turn these people away now, we defeat a chief end and aim, the liberation of Philip Gerard. Well, this is why I have changed my plan. He looked at her with an admiration that was almost homage. And you will give up your own vengeance, for the sake of Olive and her happiness? She laughed oddly. Not at all. I only defer it, to make it the more complete. Now, listen to what I propose to do, and see if you can suggest anything safer or better. And then she unfolded a plan that made Clarence Vaughan start in amazement, but which, after it was fully revealed, he could not amend nor condemn. He could see no other way by which all that they aimed at could be accomplished. Of course, the plan has its risks, concluded the girl. But we could try no other scheme without incurring the same, or greater. And I believe that I shall not fail. Ill wish it were not necessary that you should undergo so much, think what it will be for you gently. Oh, for me, indifferently, shall be less of a spy, and more of an actress, that is all. Then I shall set the detectives at work. Immediately. Have you any further instructions, any clue, to give them? Nothing, it is to be simply a research. Neither must know to what end the information is desired. It will be better to employ your men from different agencies, so that one may not know of the other, or his business. And is there nothing more I can do? Nothing, for the present. When once we get these men together, we shall all have our hands full. Then you can help me, perhaps, as I suggested. Well, sighing, and looking at his watch, it's a strange business, and a difficult, for a young girl like you. But we are in your hands, you are worth 1,000 such as nonsense, she said, almost angrily. Then, abruptly, when does Claire return to Baltimore? He stand and flushed under her gaze. I really don't know. Then, as my brother, I command you to know all about Claire. She is my special charge to you. And you are to tell her, from me, that I won't have her go away. Then I must do all in my power to detain her? Your command will have more effect than all of my prayers, he said, softly. Well, keep on reiterating my commands and your prayers, then, by and by she won't be able to distinguish the one from the other. What time is it? He smiled at the sudden change of tone and subject. 9:30, he said. While the words were on his lips, old Hagar entered. Clearly it was time to end the interview. Dr. Vaughan must be ready for the return train, which flew cityward soon, and Celine Lyric must not be too long absent. So there were a few words more about their plans, a few courteous sentences addressed to Hagar by Dr. Vaughan, and then they separated. The next day 2 men were at work, following like sleuth hounds the trail on which they were put, unravelling slowly, the webs of the past that had been spun by the 2 men who were to be hunted down. And now came a time of comparative dullness at Oakley. Even eventful lives do not always pace onward to the inspiring clang of trumpet and drum. There is the bivouac and the time of rest, even though sleeping upon their arms, for all the hosts that were ever marshalled to battle. Well, it's a strange business and a difficult. Celine Lyric found life rather more dreary than she had expected during these days of inaction. After all, it is easier to be brave than to be patient. So, in spite of her courage and her self-sacrifice, she was restless and unhappy. And she was not alone in her restlessness. It is curious to note what diverse causes produce the same effects. Cora Arthur was restless, very restless. The finite of her labour was in her hands, but it was vapid, tasteless, unsatisfying. What her soul clamoured for was the opera, the contact of kindred spirits, the rush and whirl, the smoke and champagne, and giddiness of the city, the card-won gold, and painted folly that made the be-all and end-all of life to such as she. She did not lose sight of the usefulness she trusted to find in Celine Lyric, however. During these days of ennui and quietude, the two came to a very good understanding, not all at once, and not at all definite. Only, by degrees, Cora became convinced that Celine Lyric cherished a very laudable contempt for her would-be girlish mistress, and that she was becoming rather wheel-wire in her service. Once, indeed, the girl had said, as if unable to restrain herself, and while dressing Mrs. Cora's yellow hair, a task which she professed to delight in, "Ah, madam, if only it was you who were my mistress. It is a pleasure to dress a beautiful mistress, but to be constantly at war against nature, to make an old one young for. It is labour." And Cora had been much amused and had held out a suggestion that, in case of any rupture between mistress and maid, the latter should apply to her. But if existence was a pain to Celine, and a weariness to Cora, it was anguish unutterable to Edward Percy. He would have been glad to put a long span of miles between his inamorator and himself had he not felt that, with Cora in the same house as his fair one, it were more discreet to be on the ground, and watch over his prey pretty closely. But to this man, who made love to every pretty woman as a child eats bonbon, the task of wooing where his eye was not pleased, his ear was not soothed, and his vanity not in the least flattered, was intensely wearisome. Not a bad day's work. The first thing that Dr. Vaughan did on returning from Belair was to seek an interview with Henry, the dark servant of Lucian Davlin. It was a mixed motive that had first prompted Henry to espouse the cause of a helpless, friendless girl, a motive composed of one part inward wrath, long nourished, against the haughty and over-exacting Lucian, and one part pity for the young girl who, as his experienced eyes told him, was not such as were the women who had usually been entertained by his master. He had expected to assist her to escape from the place, to enjoy his master's chagrin, and to see the matter end there. But Madeline's illness had changed the current of events, and strengthened his determination to stand her friend, if need be, more especially when Olive, pressing upon him a generous gift, had signified her wish that he should continue in Madeline's service. She had added that when he chose to leave his present master, she would see that he fell into no worse hands, for so long as the sick girl remained under that shelter, Olive felt that the man must be their servant, not Davlin's. And, to do him justice, Henry had long since become truly attached to the two ladies. He lost no time in responding to the summons of Dr. Vaughan, and was eager to know of the welfare of the young lady and Mrs. Gerard. Dr. Vaughan satisfied him on this point, and then said, "I am authorized by Miss Payne to see you, and ask some questions that she thinks you may be able to answer." "First, then," said the doctor, in his kindly manner, "how long have you been with your present master?" "Nearly 3 years, sir." And how long has the woman whom he calls Cora been known to you? She has been known to me all that time, sir, replied Henry. You first saw her in company with Devlin? No, sir, she came to his rooms when I had been there but a few days, and ordered me about like a countess. I didn't know the ropes then, but she made me know my duty soon enough dryly. Evidently, then, she and your master were friends of long standing, even at that time? Yes, sir. You used to hear them talk often, I suppose, used to hear parts of their talks. They seemed not to care to have even so much of a machine as hear them at all times. Now, will you try and recall some of these fragments of talk? Think if you heard them speak of their travels, together or separately, and if you can recall the names of any persons or places they have mentioned. Henry pondered. Think, he said, after a time, that they have been in Europe together. In fact, I am sure of it. Dr. Vaughan started. Oh. That is to the point. You don't recall any time mentioned? No, sir. They used to talk of luck with the cards, and sometimes spoke of operas or plays, and almost always disagreed. Sometimes I would hear him describing men to her, and she seemed to be getting ready for a part in some game that he was trying to play. Very likely. Once I heard them having high words about some old man that she had been fleecing, and he said that she had carried the thing too far, and that if she did not keep out of the old man's way, she might get into trouble. I heard the name putting a forefinger to his forehead and wrinkling his brows. It was Virage, old Virage she called him. Virage. That was the name, I am sure, sir. Clarence took out a notebook, and made an entry. When did this conversation take place, he asked. Not more than 2 months before the young lady was brought there, sir. All. Evidently a fresh glimmer of light had been thrown on the subject. And you heard nothing more about this old man? No, sir. I think she must have gone away from town at that time, for I did not see her again, until, here Henry seemed to catch at some new thought. Until when? Asked Dr. Vaughan, with some eagerness. The day before the young lady came, said Henry, in a low tone, and moving a step nearer the doctor. Madame Cora came dashing up in a close carriage, and she wore a heavy veil. I noticed that because she was rather fond of displaying her face and hair, and I hardly ever saw her wear anything that would hide them. She came upstairs and ordered me to send a telegram, which she had already written, to my master. I sent it, and she stayed there all day. She sent me out for her meals, and I served them in the large room. She spent the most of the time in walking up and down. That was her way when she was worried or angry, and looking out between the curtains. My master answered the telegram, but when the midnight train came in, a man who went down in the country with him, a sort of tool and hanger-on of his, came to me while I was waiting below, and told me to tell Mistress Cora that the train was a few minutes late. Stop a moment. This man, who was Devlin's, was his name. Never heard him called anything but the Professor. The Professor. And how did he look? Making another entry in the notebook. I hear was a middle-aged man, sir, not so tall as master, rather square in the shoulders, and stout-built. He wore no beard, and was always smoking a pipe. Very good writing. Rapidly. Now, then, let us return to the lady. Well, sir, she was very impatient until my master came, and then they had a long talk. I heard him speak of the old man Virage again, and she seemed a little afraid, or annoyed, I don't know which. Then he seemed to be telling her of some new scheme, and there was a great deal of planning and some chaffing about her going into the country. Just at daybreak they sent me for a carriage, and she went away in it, closely veiled as before. He told her he would join her without fail. I have not seen her since. That same morning he brought the beautiful young lady to his rooms, and smiling so as to show all his white teeth, think you know all the rest, sir. Clarence nodded and then appeared lost in thought. Finally, he lifted his head from the hand that had supported it, and said, "Since your master has returned to town, how does he employ his time?" "Very much as usual." "And that is in gaming?" "Is it TNLE, Henry, that the room below your master's apartments is fitted up for private gambling?" Henry stirred uneasily, and looked his answer. Dr. Vaughan smiled. "See how it is," he said. "Well, then, this man, the professor, do you see much of him of late?" "A great deal, sir. He is very often with my master at his rooms, but they never go out together. They have had a great deal of privacy lately. Something new is afoot." "The man is a sort of decoy duck, I fancy." "Yes, what the gamblers call a capper, or roper in." "Well, Henry, I think I won't detain you longer now. Take this," putting into his hand a $20 bill, "and keep your eyes and ears open. If your master leaves town, observe if Professor disappears at the same time." Henry expressed his gratitude and his entire willingness to keep an eye upon the doings of Mr. Devlin and the Professor, and bowed himself out, muttering as he went, "They will make it lively for my fine master before very long, and I think I am on the side that will win." Meantime, Clarence Vaughan, quick in thought and action, was holding on his gloves preparatory to a sally forth on a new mission. Henry had given him a hint that might turn out of much value, for among the patients then on the young doctor's visiting list, was one Virage, old, ugly, and fabulously rich. First of all, Clarence Vaughan called at the agency which had been decided upon as the best one to entrust with the investigation relative to Mr. Edward Percy. He gave his man no clue to the present whereabouts of his subject, but set him back 10 years or more, sending him to visit the scenes of school episode, and bidding him trace the life of the man, with the aid of such clues as he thought best to give, up to that time. Next, he visited another agency, and placed a man upon the track of Lucian Devlin. Then he called a carriage and drove straight to the residence of old Samuel Virage. It was early in the day for a professional visit or for a visit of any kind. Nevertheless, Dr. Vaughan was admitted without delay, to the presence of the master of the house. Old Samuel Virage sat in his large, softly cushioned armchair, in a gorgeously beflowered dressing gown. He was glowering over the dainty dishes which had lately contained a bountiful breakfast. Evidently he fancied that the doctor had called in anticipation of a serious morning attack, or to choke off his too greedy appetite, for he chuckled maliciously as Clarence entered the room, and greeted him with, "Oh! You thought you were ahead of me this time, didn't you? I say, now, did you think I would be worse this morning?" Clarence surveyed his patient with considerable amusement. "You won't suffer from a healthy breakfast. It is the supper that you must look out for. But my call this morning was, in part, to inquire about a lady." "About a lady? Of course, go ahead, who is she?" "That's precisely what I want to know. The fact is, my business is rather peculiar, and delicate." The old man rubbed his hands gleefully. "Good. Very good. A mystery about a woman. Come out with it, don't be backward." "Very well, the woman that I want to inquire about has been known as Cora Weston." Old Virage fairly bounced out of his seat as he yelled, "Cora Weston? Where is she? What do you know about her?" "Not quite enough, or I should not have ventured to inquire of you," said Clarence, calmly. Old Virage tumbled into his chair again. "Then you don't know where she is," sharply. "What could you do if I put her in your power?" "Tuck her up in jail, if I wanted to," fiercely. Little by little Clarence Vaughan extracted from the old man the details of the plausible scheme by which Devlin and Cora had succeeded in transferring a considerable amount of cash from his pockets to their own. He felt elated at the result of this interview. It placed a weapon in his hands that might be wielded with telling effect when time served. "Well, you may be able to get even with her yet," he said, rising to go, after Viraj had concluded his tirade. "Many thanks for giving me some information. I may be able to return the compliments soon." "But hold on," cried Viraj, as if seized by a new thought. "Say, now, what is all this questioning about? Some of her SLMP practice has come to my knowledge, and she has made a little trouble for one of my friends. I want to know all that I can about her, for it may be necessary to put a stop to her career." With a renewed expression of his thanks for the information given, Clarence bowed himself out of the old man's presence, with a sense of relief at inhaling the fresh, pure air of the outer world. Then he turned his steps homeward, assured that it had been a good day's work well done. Claire turns Circe. There was more to tell than to learn, when Clarence called, a day or two later, at the villa. The expert who had been dogging the steps of Lucian Devlin had made his report, it is true. But that report was a very unsatisfactory affair. A man, whom Clarence readily identified with the professor, was an almost constant visitor at the rooms of the man of luck, but they, that is, the professor and Devlin, were never seen on the street together, nor, indeed, anywhere else. In short, Lucian Devlin had been closely shadowed, but with no success to speak of. He came and went just as such a man usually does. And no person that might be made to answer for a doctor had been visited by him or had visited him unless, and this began to appear possible, the professor himself was the man. After a long and serious discussion of the pros and cons of the case, Olive and Clarence decided they would instruct the detective to transfer his attentions to the professor, only keeping a general surveillance over Devlin. They began to fear that they were watching the wrong man. Those were pleasant days to Dr. Vaughan, the days when he rode down to the pretty villa to consult with Olive and to look at Claire. And those were pleasant days to Claire as well. Once, and that not long before, she had taken but little interest in Clarence Vaughan. She had thought of him very much as had Madeline that first night of their meeting, when she looked at him sitting near her in a railway carriage, and regarded him as just a somewhat odd young man with a good face. Now, Madeline thought him not only the noblest but the handsomest of men. And Claire was beginning to agree with her. But on one thing she was determined. Dr. Vaughan must learn to look upon her only as a friend, and he must learn to love Madeline. So Claire and Clarence vied with each other in chanting the praises of Madeline Payne, and learning to know each other better because of her. One day when he called, Claire chanced to be alone. Somehow she found it hard to be quite at her ease when there was no Olive at hand, behind whom to screen her personality from the eyes that might overlook that sisterly barrier, but could not overleap it. If his eyes had said less, or if she could have compelled her lips to say more. But her usually active tongue seemed to lack for words, and she found herself talking in a reckless and somewhat incoherent manner upon all sorts of topics, which she dragged forward in order to keep in check the words which the look in his eyes heralded so plainly. When she was almost at her wit's end, and tempted to flee ingloriously in search of Olive, that lady entered, and Claire felt as if saved from lunacy. But she could not quite shake off the consciousness that had awakened in her, and soon framed an excuse for leaving the room. Once having escaped, she did not return, nor did Olive see her again until she came down to dinner, and Dr. Vaughan had gone. While lingering over that meal, Olive said, after they had talked of Madeline through 3 courses, "I'll think, by the by, that Dr. Vaughan expected to see you again before he went. If I were writing of impossible heroines, I might say that Claire looked conscious, but real women who are not all chalk and water, do not display their feelings so readily to their mothers and sisters." So Claire Keith looked up with the countenance of an astonished kitten. "To see me? What for? How should I know, if I don't," smiling slightly. "And how should I know?" carelessly. "Well, perhaps I was mistaken. But why have you kept your room all this afternoon?" "I have been packing." "Please pass the marmalade." "Packing," mechanically reaching out the required dainty. "Yes, packing." You don't think I came to spend the winter, do you? But this is so sudden. Now, just listen, you unreasonable being, assuming an air of grave admonition. Don't you know that I have overstayed my time by almost a month? Yes, but, don't you know that if I tell you beforehand that I am going, you always contrive excuses and hatch plots, to keep me at least 3 weeks longer? Plead guilty, laughed Olive. Well, you see I have stayed out my days of grace already. And knowing you're failing, and feeling sure that I could not humour it, I have just taken advantage of you, and packed my trunks. And you won't stay just one more little week? Claire laughed gleefully. What did I say? It is your old cry. Now, dear, be reasonable. Mama wants me, and the boys want me. You have plenty of occupation just now. It will take you 1/3 of the time to keep me informed of all that happens. Well, sighed Olive, of course you must go sometime, but you don't mean to go tomorrow. I do, though. What will Dr. Vaughan say? Whatever Dr. Vaughan pleases. I can't lose a day to say goodbye to him, can I? But why didn't you tell him goodbye today? Claire looked up in some surprise. Upon my word, I never thought of it. And she told the truth. She had thought only of how she could avoid another meeting. Olive looked puzzled. And I supposed that you liked Dr. Vaughan, she said, after a moment's pause. Why, and so I do, I was very careless. Olive, dear, pray make my adieus to him, and all the necessary excuses. I do like the doctor, and don't want him to think me rude. And Olive accepted the commission, and was deceived by it. For she, absorbed in her own fears and hopes, was not aware of the drama of love and cross purposes that was being enacted under her very eyes. When Clarence called, on the next day but one, he found, to his surprise and sorrow, that the bright face of the girl he loved so well was to smile upon him no more, at least for a time. Making his call an unusually brief one, he rode back to the city in a then grave and thoughtful mood. Or, rather, the gravity and thoughtfulness usual in him was tinged with sadness. On the same day, almost at the same hour, Claire Keith stood in her mother's drawing-room, answering the 1,001 questions that are invariably poured into the ears of a returned traveller. By and by, drawing back the satin curtain that shaded the windows of the drawing-room, Claire gazed out upon the familiar street which seemed smiling her a welcome in the autumn sunshine. Finally she uttered an exclamation of surprise, and turned to Mrs. Keith. Messie. Mamma. What has happened to the people across the way? Why, I can't catch even one glimpse of red and yellow damask, not one flutter of gold fringe. Have the parvenus been taking lessons in good taste? Positively, every blind is closed, and there isn't a liveried being to be seen. Mrs. Keith laughed softly. Don't know what has happened to the parvenus, my dear, but whether good or bad it has taken them away, liveries and all. The house has a new tenant, who is not so amusing, perhaps, but is certainly more mysterious. So, after all, the exchange may not have been a gain to the neighbourhood. Claire peeped out again. A mysterious tenant, you say, Mamma? That must be an improvement. What is the mystery like? Mrs. Keith smiled indulgently on her daughter. There is not much to tell, my love. I don't know whether the lady who has taken the house is young or old, handsome or ugly, married or single. She lives the life a recluse, has never been seen, at least by any of us, to walk out. But she drives sometimes in a close carriage, and always with a thick veil hiding her face. She is tall, dresses richly, but always in black, although the fabric is not that usually worn as mourning. She moves from the door to her carriage with a languid gait, as if she might be an invalid. No one goes there, and I understand she is not at home to callers, although, of course, I have not made the experiment myself. There, my dear, I think that is about all. She seems to be a woman of wealth. Evidently, her horses are very fine animals, and her carriage a costly one. Her servants wear a neat, plain livery, and apparently her house is elegantly furnished. And Mamma, said Robbie, who had been standing quietly at her side, you forget the flowers. Tall, Robbie. Every day, Claire, the florist leaves a basket of white flowers at her door. Ill like that, asserted Claire. She must have refinement. She certainly has that air. Well, said Claire, laughing lightly, 6 shall make a study of the woman across the way. With that the subject dropped for the time. But as the days went on, and she settled herself once more into the home routine, Claire found that not the least among the things she chose to consider interesting was the mysterious neighbour across the way. And now, having put considerable distance between herself and Edward Percy, she wrote him a few cool lines of dismissal. And here again the individuality of the girl was very manifest. Many a woman would have written a scathing letter, telling the man how thoroughly unmasked he stood in her sight, letting him know that she was acquainted with all his past and his present, and bidding him make the most of the infatuation of the last victim to his empty pockets, the ancient Miss Arthur. What Claire did was like Claire, and perhaps, after all, she best comprehended the nature she dealt with. Snidely no tirade of accusing scum could have so wounded the self-love of the selfish, conscienceless man as did her cool farewell missive. Edward Percy was in a very complaisant mood when Claire's letter reached him. True, he had received no reply to his 2 last effusions, but knowing that Claire must be soon returning to her home, if she had not already gone, he assured himself that it was owing to this that he had received no letter as yet. He never doubted her attachment to himself. That was not in his nature. Opening a rather heavy packet, as he sat in his cosy sitting room, out dropped 2 letters full of poetry and fine sentiment, that his own flexible hand had penned and addressed to Miss Claire Keith. His letters, and returned with the seals unbroken. He could scarcely believe the evidence of his senses. His handsome, treacherous, light blue eyes darkened and widened with astonishment and anger. He never moved in a hurry, never spoke in a hurry, never thought in a hurry. And slowly it dawned upon his mind to investigate further and find some clue that would make this unheard-of thing appear less incomprehensible. Accordingly he took up the envelope that had contained his rejected letters, and drew from them a brief note, Baltimore, Saturday, 6th. It will scarcely surprise Mr. Percy to learn that Miss Keith desires now to end an acquaintance that has been, doubtless, amusing intellectually and socially to both. Of course, a gentleman so worldly wise as himself can never have been misled by the semblance of attachment that has seemed necessary in order to make such an acquaintance as ours at all interesting. A flanation based upon a sympathy of intellect must of necessity end sooner or later, and has, no doubt, been as harmless to him as to Claire Keith. Yes, without doubt Claire knew how to hurt this man most. He was not permitted to know that she felt the keen humiliation, which a proud nature must suffer when it discovers that it has trusted an unworthy object. Instead, he was to feel himself the injured one, the one humiliated. He, the deceiver, must own himself deceived. When he believed himself loved, he was laughed at. His own words were flung in his teeth in an insolent mockery. A sympathy of intellect, yes, he had used these words so often. He had obeyed the beckoning of a Circe, and now she held out to him his swine's reward of husks. Edward Percy had been dissatisfied with others, with circumstances, and surroundings, many a time and oft, but today, for the very first time, he felt dissatisfied with himself. And Claire had revenged her wrongs twofold. The curtain rises on the mimic stage. Always, in life, little events pave the way for great catastrophes. The mine burns slowly until the explosive point is reached, and then, fate was taking a leisurely gait, seemingly, and moving affairs at Oakley with a deliberation that was almost hesitating. Nevertheless, things were moving, and in the wake of little events, great ones could already be discerned by the plotters and counter-plotters, who waited and watched. Celine Lyric was in better spirits than usual, in these days. Indeed, considering how exceedingly probable it seemed that she would be turned adrift at any hour by her present mistress, Celine was very cheerful. And Miss Altuve had cause to complain. Beyond a doubt her French maid was becoming careless, very careless. Sometimes Miss Arthur was inclined to think that her scant locks of well-dyed hair were pulled quite unnecessarily, while her head was under Celine's hands. But this she endured like a Spartan, only exclaiming when the torture became unbearable. And when she finally ventured a protest, disastrous was the outcome. With many an apology, Celine fingered the curls and braids, inquiring with every touch of the hand or adjustment of a hairpin, "Does that huff, mademoiselle?" Being assured, when the hairdressing was done, that she had accomplished the task without inflicting so much as a single twinge of pain, she held open the door for her mistress, cooing her satisfaction and beaming with delight. But alas for the poor spinster! Before she had been half an hour in the society of her beloved fiancé, her unfortunate habit of tossing and wriggling her head brought Celine's gingerly architecture to grief. A sudden twist tumbled down full half of the glossy crown of glory from Miss Altuve's head to Mr. Percy's feet, and we draw a veil over the confusion of the unhappy spinster. The lady having retired to her dressing-room to relieve her feelings and repair damages, a scene was enacted in which the lady did the histrionics and the maid apologized and giggled alternately, until the one had exhausted her anthem of wrath and the other her accompaniment of penitence and giggles. Then a TNLCE was patched up, which lasted for several days. Celine had advanced to the verge of disrespect, when speaking of Mr. Percy, on more than one occasion. Several times she had said that he had a familiar look and she fancied she had seen him somewhere. But she had always checked herself on the very borderland of impertinence, and never had been able to tell if she really had before seen the gentleman or no. But she had put the spinster on the defensive, and had also excited her curiosity. During this time Mrs. John Altuve was slowly dropping into her role of invalid. First, she gave up her habitual walks about the grounds and on the terrace. Then, her drives became too fatiguing. Next, she found herself too languid to appear at breakfast, and that meal was served in her room. She was not ill, she protested, only a trifle indisposed. Let no one be at all concerned for her, she should be as well as usual in a few days. And Celine, who was very sympathetic, and was the first to suggest that a physician be consulted, was laughingly assured that if Madame was sick, she, Celine, should be her head nurse. Mrs. Arthur had been absent from the family breakfast table for 2 days, when Miss Arthur met with a fresh grievance at the hands of Celine. Celine had been unusually gownless, and had been regaling her mistress with descriptions of the great people, and the magnificent toilets she had seen, while with some of her former maladies. Suddenly she dropped the subject of a grand ball which had transpired in Baltimore, where her mistress was the guest of the Honourable Somebody, to exclaim, "It has just come to me, mademoiselle, where I must have seen Monsieur Percy. It was in Baltimore, and they said—" Here she became much confused, and pretended to be fully occupied with the folds of her mistress's dress. Miss Altuve looked down upon her sharply, and asked, "What did they say?" Celine stammered, 011, "It was only gossip, mademoiselle, nothing worth repeating, I assure you." The curiosity and jealousy of the spinster were fully aroused. "Don't attempt any subterfuges, Celine," she said, in her loftiest tone. "Desire to know what was said of my Mr. Percy." The girl arose to her feet, and with much apparent reluctance, replied, "They said, mademoiselle, of course, it was only gossip, that he was very much of a fortune hunter, and that he was engaged to some woman much older than himself, who was immensely rich." Miss Arthur sat down and looked hard at her maid. "How do you know that Mr. Percy is that man?" "Oh, I don't know, my lady, mademoiselle." I only said that I thought I have seen him in Baltimore. The Mr. Percy they used to talk of there must have been another." Miss Arthur looked like an ancient sphinx. "Do you think that Mr. Percy is that man?" she asked. "Messi. My lady, how can I tell that? It might have been he, and the old woman there might have disappointed him, you know, artlessly." Miss Arthur was literally speechless with rage. Without replying, she rose and swept into the adjoining room, closing the door behind her with a bang. Celine smiled comfortably, and went to minister unto Cora, to whom she confided her belief that Miss Arthur was dissatisfied with her, and meant to discharge her. "And only think, madam," she said plaintively, "it is all because, in an unguarded moment, I compared her to an old woman. It is so hard to remember, always, that you must not tell an old woman she is not young." And Cora laughed immoderately, for she much enjoyed her sister-in-law's discomfiture. But Miss Arthur did not dismiss the matter from her mind, when she banged the door upon Celine. Angry as she had been with that damsel, it was not anger alone that moved her. Jealousy was at work, and suspicion. That evening, sitting beside her lover, she said to him, carelessly, "By the way, Edward, were you ever in Baltimore?" The gentleman stroked his blonde whiskers, and smiled languidly as he answered, "In Baltimore? Oh, yes, I think there are few cities I have not visited." And then something in the face of Miss Arthur made him inquire, with a slight acceleration of speech, "But why do you ask?" Miss Altua considered for a moment, and replied, "Maid, Celine thinks that she has seen you there." She was watching him keenly, and fancied that he looked just a trifle annoyed, even when he smiled lazily at her, saying, "Indeed. And when is your maid supposed to have seen me there?" "Don't know when." Miss Altua was beginning to feel injured. "I suppose you are well known in society there." He smiled and still caressed his chin. So he said, indifferently. "Edward." The spinster could not suppress the question that was heavy on her. "You ever engaged to a lady in Baltimore?" He turned his blue eyes upon her in mild surprise. "Never," he said, nonchalantly. She looked somewhat relieved, but still anxious, and the man, after eyeing her for a moment, placing one hand firmly upon her own, said, in a tone that was half caress, half command, "Ellen, you have been listening to gossip about me. Now, let me hear the whole story, for I see it has troubled you, and I will not have that." She, glad to unburden her mind, told him what Celine had said. Perhaps Celine had counted upon this, and was making, of the unconscious Mr. Percy, a tool that should serve her in just the way that he did. At all events, while he listened to the spinster, he assured himself that if the French maid were not, for some reason, an enemy, she was certainly a meddler, and that she must quit Miss Arthur's service. He said nothing to this end that evening. But he fully satisfied Miss Arthur that he was not the person referred to by the girl. And to guard against further inquiries or accidents, he told her of several men of the name of Percy, who were much in society, and might be, any one of them, the man in question. And his fiancée was calmed and happy once more. She was as clay in the potter's hands, and Mr. Percy found it an easy matter to convince her, a few days later, that her invaluable maid was not the proper person to have about her. Accordingly, one fine morning, Celine was informed, in the spinster's loftiest manner, that her services were no longer desired, and a month's wages were tendered her, with the assurance that Miss Arthur had not been blind to her sly ways and trickery, and that she had only retained her until she could suit herself better. Celine took her conge in demure silence, and sought Mrs. Arthur forthwith. Cora was really glad that she could at last command the girl, for many reasons, and they quickly came to an understanding. Great was the surprise and inward wrath of the spinster when, within 10 minutes from the time Celine had left her presence, a maid without a mistress, she appeared again before her, and laying upon the dressing case the month's wages she had received in lieu of a warning, said, "Mademoiselle will receive back the month's wages, as I have not been in the least a loser by her dismissal. I enter the service of Madame immediately." And then Celine had smiled blandly, bowed, and taken her departure, leaving the spinster to wonder how on earth she should manage her hair-dressing, and to wish that Edward had not insisted upon setting the girl adrift until a substitute had been found. The fact that the girl was retained in the house annoyed Mr. Percy not a little. But it did not surprise him that Cora should wish to keep her. He had long before made the discovery that the sisters-in-law were not more fond of each other than was essential to the comfort of both. Celine had been but 2 days in the service of her new mistress when that lady found herself too ill to be dressed for breakfast, even in her own room, and she kept her bed all day. John Arthur, in some alarm, had declared his intention of calling a physician. But Cora objected so strongly that he had refrained. Before evening came, however, Celine sought him, as he was sitting in what he chose to call his study, and said, "Pardon my intrusion, monsieur, but I am distressed about Madame. This afternoon she is not so well, and surely she should have some medicine." The old man wrinkled his brows in perplexity, as he replied, "Yes, yes, girl, but she won't let me call a doctor." Celine sighed, and moving a step nearer, murmured, "Monsieur, I will venture to repeat what Madame but now said to me, if I may." He signed her to proceed. Madame said that a stranger would only make her worse, that she would distrust anyone she did not know, but that if her dear old physician, who had attended her always in sickness, could see her, she would be glad. Alas! He was in New York, and she did not like to ask that he might be sent for. It would seem to you childish. Of course this speech had been made at Cora's instigation, but it had the desired effect. John Arthur bounded up, and bade Celine precede him to his wife's chamber, and the result of his visit was what the invalid had intended it to be. She was so pretty, and so pathetic, and so very ill. Celine declared she was growing more fevered every moment, and as for her pulse, it was like a tripped hammer. John Alture had an unutterable fear of illness, and after trying in vain to persuade Cora to see one of the village doctors, whom, he declared, were very good ones, he announced his intention to telegraph to the city for the doctor who had been her adviser in earlier days. And to this Cora reluctantly consented. "It seems foolish," she said, plaintively, "and yet I don't think I ought to refuse to send for Dr. Leguy's. I feel as if I were really about to be very ill, hard as I have tried to fight off the weakness that is coming over me. And Madame is so flushed, and wanders so in her sleep." This, of course, from Celine. John Alture arose from the side of the couch with considerable alacrity, saying, "I will telegraph at once. What is the address?" Cora lay back among her pillows, with closed eyes, and made no sign that she heard. He spoke again, and the eyes unclosed slowly, and she said, with slow languor, "Send to my brother, he will find him." Then closing her eyes, she murmured, "Want to sleep now?" Celine turned toward him an awe-struck countenance and motioned him to be silent. He tiptoed from the room, thoroughly frightened and nervous, and sent a message to Lucien Davlin forthwith. When he was safely away, Cora awoke from her nap, and desired Celine to let in more light. This done, she propped herself up among her pillows, and taking from underneath one of them a novel, bade her maid tell everybody that she was not to be disturbed, while she read and looked more comfortable than ill. Towards evening, John Alture looked in, or rather tried to look in, upon his wife. But Celine assured him that her mistress was sleeping fitfully and seemed much disturbed and agitated at the slightest sound, so his alarm grew and increased. When the evening train came he hoped almost against reason that it would bring the now eagerly looked for Dr. Leguy's. But no one came. Later, however, a telegram from Lucien arrived, which read as follows: "Doctor can't get off tonight. Will be down by morning train. In the morning, Cora was much worse. She did not recognize her husband, and called Miss Arthur, Lady Malloy, which made a great impression upon that spinster. Celine, who seemed to know just what to do, turned them both out, which did not displease either greatly, as the brother and sister were equally afraid of contagion, and were nervous in a sick room. At length the doctor arrived, and with him Lucian Devlin, the latter looking very grave and anxious, the former looking very grave and wise. Celine was summoned to prepare the patient for the coming of the physician. When this had been done, and the wise man arose to go to his patient, John Arthur and Lucian would have followed him. But he waved them back, saying, "Not now, gentlemen, if you please, let me examine my patient first. That is always safest and wisest." So the three, Lucian, Arthur, and his sister, sat in solemn silence awaiting the verdict of the doctor from Europe. At last he came, and the gravity of his face was something to marvel at. Advancing toward Mr. Alture, the doctor seemed to be looking him through and through as he asked, "Will you tell me how lately you have been in your wife's room?" John Arthur answered him with pallid lips. "We were there this morning, my sister and I." The doctor turned toward Miss Arthur, looking, if possible, more serious than ever. "I am sorry, very sorry," he said. "And I hope you have incurred no risks. But it is my duty to tell you that Mrs. Arthur is attacked with a fever of a most malignant and contagious type, and you have certainly been exposed." Mr. Arthur turned the color of chalk and dropped into the nearest chair. Miss Alture, who could not change her color, shrieked and fell upon Thesifer. Lucian groaned after the most approved fashion. And the man of medicine continued, "I am sorry, very sorry. Above all things, don't agitate yourselves, be calm. I would advise you to retire to your own rooms, and remain there for the present. I will immediately prepare some powders, which you will take hourly. We will begin in time, and hope that you may both escape the contagion." Then he turned to Mr. Devlin. "My dear boy, you had better go back to the city, at least go away from the house. This is no place for you." But Lucian shook his head, and said that he would not leave while his sister was in danger. The following morning Dr. Leguyes presented himself at the door of Miss Arthur's dressing room. After making many inquiries, such as doctors are wont to terrify patients with, he pronounced upon the case, she had thus far escaped contagion. But her system was not over-strong, in fact, was extremely delicate. If there was any place near at hand, suited to a lady like herself, his advice was to go there without delay. She was not rugged enough to risk remaining where she was. Before sunset, Miss Arthur was quartered at the Bel Air Inn. She had dispatched Mr. Percy a note the day before, bidding him delay his visit. Now she was under the same roof with him, greatly to her delight, and his disgust. John Arthur had not fared so well at the hands of the learned physician. He had swallowed his powders faithfully and hopefully, but the morning found him languid and dismal, with aching brain and nauseated stomach. The doctor shook his head, and bade him prepare for a slight attack of the fever. It promised to be very slight, but he must keep his room, for a few days at least, and attend to his medicine and his diet. And so the drama had commenced in earnest. A startling episode. Claire Keith had said truly that the woman across the way would prove interesting to her. She grew more and more fond of watching for the tall form, with its trailing robes of black, its proudly poised, heavily veiled head, and slow, graceful movement. Sometimes she saw a white hand pull away the heavy curtains, and knew that the owner of the hand was looking out upon the street. But the face was always in shadow. She could not catch the slightest glimpse of it. She has strong reasons for not wishing to be seen and recognized. I wonder what they are. Claire would soliloquize at such times. Then she would chide herself for being so curious. But the fits of wondering grew stronger, until she came to feel an attraction that was more than mere curiosity, a sort of proprietorship, as it were, in the strange lady. She began to wish that she might know her, and at last, in a very unexpected manner, the wish was gratified. Claire had returned from a grand ball, weary and somewhat bored. Disrobing with unusual haste, she sought her couch. She had supposed herself very sleepy, but no sooner was her head upon the pillow, than sleep abandoned her, and she tossed restlessly, and very wide awake. Finding sleep impossible, and herself growing nervous, Claire at length arose. Throwing on a dressing gown, she pushed a large chair to the window, and flinging herself in it, drew back the curtain. Glancing across the way, she was startled by a light shining out from the upper windows of the mysterious house. She had looked at that house when quitting her carriage, because to look had become a habit. But there had been no light then, not one glimmer. And now the entire upper floor was brilliantly illuminated. Claire rubbed her eyes and looked again. Then, with a cry of alarm, she sprang to her feet and rang her bell violently. From the roof of the house a single flame had shot up, and Claire realized the cause of that strange illumination. The upper floor was in flames. She turned up the gas and commenced making a hurried toilet. By the time the sleepy servant appeared in answer to her ring, she was wrapping a worsted shawl about her head and shoulders, preparatory to going out. "Rouse Papa and the servants, James," she commanded, sharply. "Number 200 is on fire. Go instantly." Giving the startled and bewildered James a push in the direction of her father's sleeping room, she darted down the stairs. She unbolted and unchained the street door, and hurried straight across to number 200, where she rang peal after peal. The tiny flame had grown a great one by this time, and almost simultaneously with her ring at the door, the hoarse fire alarm bell roared out its wailing. It seemed an age to the girl before she heard bolts drawn back. Then the face of an elderly male servant peered cautiously out through a 6-inch opening. In sharp, quick tones Claire told him that the roof was in flames. The statement seemed only to paralyze the man. Claire gave the door an excited push and spoke to him again. But he never moved until a voice, that evidently belonged to the lady of the house, said, "What is it, Peter?" Claire answered for him, "Madam, the roof of your house is in flames. Alarm your servants and make your escape." Through the doorway Claire saw a white hand laid on the man's shoulder, and suddenly he became galvanized into life. Then the chain fell, and the door opened wide. Claire and the mysterious lady were face to face. By this time the people were moving in the street, and from the windows of Claire's home, lights were flashing. The woman drew back at the sound of the first footstep, and seemed to hesitate, with a look of uneasiness upon her face. Instantly Claire spoke the thought that had been in her mind when she rang the bell, "Dame, your house will soon be surrounded by strangers. Secure such valuables as are at hand and come with me across to my home. There you will be safe from intruders." The lady raised her hand, and saying, simply, "Wait," hurried up the broad stairs. Now all was confusion. Down the street came the rushing fire engines, servants ran about frantically, and people went tearing past Claire in the crazy desire to seize something and smash it on the paving stones, thereby convincing themselves that they were helping at a fire. Regardless of these, Claire stood at her post like a little sentinel. Just as the first engine halted before the house, the mistress of all that doomed grandeur crossed its threshold for the last time. Then she turned to Claire, and the two hurried silently through the throng, and across the street. The door was fortunately ajar. The servants and Mr. Keith were all outside, so the girl and her companion had been unobserved. Claire led the way straight to her own room. Ushering in her companion, she closed the door upon chance intruders, and turned to look at her. The stranger had appeared at the door in a dressing gown of dark silk, and this she still wore, having thrown over it a long cloak, and wrapped about her head, so as to almost entirely conceal her features, a costly cashmere shawl. This she now removed, and revealed to the anxious gaze of Claire the face of a woman past the prime of life, a face that had never been handsome, but which bore unmistakable signs of refinement and culture in every feature. The eyes were large, dark grey, and undeniably beautiful. The hair was wavy and abundant. Once it had been black as midnight, but now it was plentifully streaked with grey. The face was thin and almost colourless. The hands were still beautiful, with long slender fingers and delicate veining, the vieux beau ideal of aristocratic hands. This much Claire saw almost at a glance. Then the lady said, in a low, sweet voice that was in perfect unison with the hands, and eyes, and general bearing, "Cannot tell you, dear young lady, how much I thank you for your courage and hospitality. I could not have endured the going out upon the street in that throng." Claire laughed softly, and said, with characteristic frankness, "Ill guessed that, madam, for I must confess to having, on more than one occasion, seen that you do not desire observation." The mistress of all the doomed grandeur crossed the threshold for the last time. The stranger looked at her with evident admiration. "You were kinder and more thoughtful for a stranger than I have found most of our sex, miss. I beg your pardon, I am so much of a hermit that I don't even know your name." "My name is Keith." Then the girl crossed to the window and looked over at the burning building, while the stranger sank wearily into a chair. "Your house is going fast, madam." "I fear nothing can be saved," said Claire. "The upper floor is already gone." The stranger smiled slightly, but never so much as glanced out at her disappearing home. "Hope my landlord is well insured," she said. "As for me, I have my chiefest valuables here," drawing from underneath the cloak, which she had only partially thrown off, a small casket, and a morocco case that evidently contained papers. "Keep these always near me. As for the rest, there is nothing lost that money cannot replace." Claire looked a trifle surprised at her indifference to the destruction of her elegant furniture, but made no answer. And the stranger fell into thoughtful silence. A rap sounded on the door, and a gentle voice outside said, "Claire, dear, are you there?" The girl turned upon the stranger a look of embarrassed inquiry. "That is Mamma," she said. The lady smiled half sadly at her evident perturbation, and replied, with a touch of dignity in her tone, "Admit your mother, my dear. I was about to ask for her." Claire drew a sigh of relief and opened the door. "My child," began Mrs. Keith, as she hurriedly entered the room, "James tells me that you—" I hear she broke off as her eyes fell upon the stranger, and Claire hastened to say, "Mamma, this is the lady whose house is burning. I ran over there as soon as I saw the first flame and asked her to come here." Mrs. Keith was not only a lady, but a woman of good sense, and she tumbled courteously toward the intruder, saying, "You did quite right, my dear. In one street you have not been too seriously a loser by this misfortune, madam." The lady had risen. Now she stepped forward and said, in her unmistakably high-bred tones, "I have suffered no material injury, I assure you. And your daughter has done me a great kindness. I was about to ask if I might see you, as I felt that it was to you, as the mistress of this house, that I owed some explanation regarding myself, before accepting her hospitality from your daughter." Mrs. Keith bowed gravely, and the stranger continued, "My name is Mrs. Ralston. I have lived for nearly 10 years a secluded life, having been an invalid. Messrs. Aline and Clive are my bankers, and have been for years. Mr. Aline is an old family friend. If you will ask your husband to call upon him, you will be assured that I am not a mysterious adventuress." Mrs. Ralston smiled slightly, and Mrs. Keith smiled in return as she said, cordially, "Your face and manner assure me of that, Mrs. Ralston. And now will you not permit me to show you a room where you can rest a little, for it is almost morning, and your night's repose has been sadly disturbed." "Must accept your hospitality, Mrs. Keith, and ask to be allowed to intrude upon you until I can communicate with Mr. Align, and he can find me a suitable place of residence. Don't let that trouble you, pray. We shall be happy to have you remain our guest." And Mrs. Keith turned to leave the room. Mrs. Ralston held out her hand to Claire, and that impulsive young lady clasped it in both her own, as they bade each other good night. And so the mysterious lady was actually under the same roof with the girl who had been so much interested in her and her possible history. Mr. Align was well known to Mr. Keith, and a man whom he highly esteemed. On the following day, at the request of Mrs. Ralston, he called at the banking house of Align and Clive. On learning that Mrs. Ralston was the guest of his brother banker, and of the demolition of her house, Mr. Align was doubly surprised. And his statement concerning the lady was not only satisfactory but highly gratifying. She had been left an zero cun in her girlhood, and was from one of the oldest and proudest of Virginia's old and proud families. She had now no very near relatives, and having separated from a worthless husband, had lived mostly in Europe. She had resumed her family name, and although the husband from whom she had withdrawn herself had squandered nearly half her fortune, she was still a wealthy woman. He spoke in highest terms of praise of her mind and accomplishments, and assured Mr. Keith that she was not only a woman of unusual refinement and culture, but one also of loftiest principles and purest Christianity. If it were not that it would be the very place where this worthless husband would be likeliest to find her, he would not allow her to occupy any home save his own. And, lastly, Mr. Align stated that if he, Mr. Keith, could prevail upon Mrs. Ralston to remain under his roof, he would do Mr. Align a great favour. For concluded that gentleman, she lives too secluded, and she is so well fitted for such society as that of your wife and daughter, she is a woman to grace any household. Mr. Keith returned home and faithfully reponed all that he had heard concerning their guest. Claire had been very much in love with the grave, stately lady from the first, and after a morning's chat with her, Mrs. Keith was not far behind in admiration. And the woman who had lived alone so much, found this cheery little family circle very pleasant, so when Claire and her mother begged her with much earnestness to remain with them, she did not refuse. "I cannot resist the invitation which I feel to be so sincere," she said. "I will remain with you for a time, at least, but I am too much of a hermit to tarry long where there is such a magnet as this," turning to Claire. And Claire laughingly declared that she would forswear society, and don a veil of any thickness, if only Mrs. Ralston would share her isolation. So she stayed with them, and soon became as a dearly loved sister to Mrs. Keith, while between herself and Claire, an attachment, as unusual as it was strong, sprang into being. They drove together, read together, talked together by the hour, and never seemed to weary of each other's society. Enthusiastic Claire wrote to Olive and Madeline, giving glowing descriptions of her new-found friend. But because of the events that were making Olive and Madeline doubly dear to her, and because she could not speak of them to a stranger, however loved and interested, Claire said little to Mrs. Ralston of her sister or of the little heroine of Oakley.Waiting. The expert who had been tracing out the goings and doings of Percy, made his report. After it had been thoroughly reviewed by Clarence and Olive, they were forced to confess that they were not one whit the wiser. The detective had found how and where Percy had squandered much of his fortune, but had brought to light absolutely nothing that could be of use to his employers. And so they abandoned the investigation in that direction. But when the report of the professor's case was sent in, they found more cause for congratulation. First, it had been discovered that the professor had visited 3 different physicians, all of them men bearing reputations not over spotless. Next, he had made sundry purchases from 2 different chemists, and third, last and all important, he had been dogged to the bazaar of a dealer in theatrical wares, where he had purchased a wig, beard, and other articles of disguise. 2 days had passed since the above discoveries were reported. Then the detective called upon Dr. Vaughan and informed him that Mr. Devlin and the professor, the latter disguised with wig, beard and spectacles, had taken the early morning train that very day, and that he, the detective, had been lounging so near that he heard Devlin call for 2 tickets to Bel-Air. And then they knew that the siege had begun. 3 days later, Olive received the following letter, which speaks for itself: Oakley, Wednesday evening EI. Dear Olitva, the engagement has opened in Emus. Last evening, Mr. D and Ledoc T, between them, frightened the 2 maids out of the house. This morning I succeeded in scaring away the old housekeeper, which made a shortage in servants. Old Hagar happened along just then by some chance, and declared herself not at all afraid of contagion, so Madame bade her brother employ her. The cook remains, as Monsieur and Ledoc T must eat. My meals are served in Madame's dressing-room, and shared by that lady. Courage, my friend, our time is almost here. And I am yours till death. This letter was perused by Olive and Clarence with almost breathless eagerness and interest. And then they found themselves once more waiting eagerly for fresh tidings from the seat of war, as Clarence termed it. At last came a letter from Madeline that aroused them as the clarion stirs those arrayed for battle. It ran as follows, bearing neither date nor signature: to Arnis, my Hivds. If you were among the village gossips today, this is what you would hear, for it is what is fast spreading itself through. The lady up at the mansion has been very ill, but is now better. Her husband took the fever from her, and, being old and his constitution enfeebled by the dissipation of his earlier days, he came near dying. Now they hope that he will live, although the danger is not yet past. But if he does have, he will never be himself again. The fever has affected his brain, and he will be hopelessly mad. That is what the villagers know. What they do not know is, that Mr. D and the doctor have already fitted up 2 rooms in the most secluded part of the closed-up wing, and that the insane man will be removed to those rooms tonight. One fact concerning Ledoc T, your expert has failed to discover, is that at some time the man has made a study of medicine. This is only a theory of mine, not a discovery, but when I tell you what he did, I think that you both will agree with me. A few days ago the doctor walked down to the village one morning, and coolly presented himself at the door of Dr. G.'s office. Dr. G. is the least popular and least skillful of the 3 physicians here, but of course the city man was not supposed to know that. He, the city doctor, informed Dr. G. that although his employer had not desired it, as he had perfect confidence in the present treatment of Mr. A, still it was always his practice to consult with another physician. So he desired Dr. G. to accompany him to O and see his patient, not that he had any doubts about the disease, but because, in case of a serious termination, it was always a consolation to the friends to know that every precaution had been taken. Dr. G. came, to find the patient in a bedrugged stupor. He endorsed everything Ledoc T chose to say, and went away feeling much puffed up because of having been called in to consult with a New York physician. You see, they are moving very carefully, and do not intend to have any doubts raised. Of course remains in the village, and receives Miss A. reports daily concerning her brother, and her knight is still at her elbow. Henry has been here for a week, and does not dream of my identity. Hagar and myself, between us, have managed to get possession of a specimen of every drug that has been administered to Mr. O. Also of the harmless nostrums that are dealt out to Madame for appearance's sake. There is but one thing more that I must accomplish, and that must be done tonight, if possible. If I succeed in this, 2 days more will see me en route for the city. If I fail, then I must remain here, if I can, and try again. In any case, I must make my new move within the week. So look out for the chrysalis, it remains for you to develop it into the butterfly. This letter chanced to arrive during one of Dr. Vaughan's afternoon visits, and Olive read it aloud to him, saying at the end, and almost without taking breath, something she must accomplish first. If she has secured the medicines, and they are safe not to NM away in her absence, then what is it she means? Clarence shook his head, saying, have no idea. She speaks as if the thing, whatever it is, was attended with some risk. And this explains Henry's absence, Olive said, tapping the letter in her lap. No doubt he was summoned without any previous weighing. Of course, he is a mere tool for his master. They will hardly dare let him see their game. Hardly, but if they were not using him to Madeline's satisfaction, she would have revealed herself to him. We are approaching a crisis now. If this new movement fails, but I hardly think it will. Olive looked up in alarm. 1011, don't suggest failure, she exclaimed. She must succeed. What will become of poor Philip if she does not? Clarence lifted his face reverently. I'll believe that the power above us, who permits evil to be because only from pain and sorrow comes purification, has not permitted the life of this beautiful young girl to be darkened in vain. Out of her wrongs, and her sorrows, and her humiliation, he will allow her own hands to shape not only a strong, true, earnest womanhood for herself, but the weapons which shall deliver the innocent, and bring the guilty to justice. And Olive felt comforted, and her hope took new wings. Mr. Percy shakes himself. It was noontide at Oakley, and a December sun was shining coldly in at the window of Mrs. Cora Arthur's dressing room. Within that cosy room, however, all was warmth and brightness. A cheerful fire was blazing and crackling in the grate. Sitting before the fire, wrapped in a becoming dressing gown of white cashmere, was Cora herself, looking a trifle annoyed, but remarkably well withal. Wonderfully well, considering how very ill she had been. Lounging near her, his feet lazily outstretched toward the fire, was Lucian Devlin. "What did you write to Percy?" he inquired, consulting his watch. "Just what you told me, that I had something of importance to communicate, and desired him to call today at 2, replied Cora. "But, aren't you looking a little too well for a lady who has been so desperately ill? It won't do to arouse his suspicions, you know." Cora crossed to her dressing case, went carefully over her face with a puff ball, and did some then artistic tracing in India ink under and over each eye. Then she turned toward him triumphantly. "There," she exclaimed, "now I shall draw the curtains suiting the action to the word, and then, when I lie on this couch, my face will be entirely in the shadow, while from the further window there will come enough light to enable him to recognize you." At this moment a rap was heard at the door. Cora threw herself upon the invalid's couch, and lay back among the pillows. When she had settled herself to her satisfaction, Mr. Devlin opened the door, admitting Celine Lyric. "Monsieur Percy is below, madam," said the girl, glancing sharply at the form in the darkened corner. "Come and draw these coverings over me, Celine, and then go and bring him up," replied Cora. Then she glanced at Lucian, who said, carelessly, "Well, my dear, I will go down to the library." Celine adjusted the wraps and pillows and then went out, closely followed by Lucian. She was not aware that Mr. Percy was expected, the message having been sent by Henry. And she was not a little anxious to know the nature of the interview that was about to be held. Mr. Percy, conducted to Cora's door by Celine, entered the room with his usual lazy grace, and approached the recumbent figure in the darkened corner, saying, in a tone of hypocritical solicitude, "Madam, ITNLST, you are not overtaxing your strength in thus kindly granting me an interview." He knew so well how to assume the manner best calculated to throw her off her guard and into a rage. But Cora, understanding his tactics, and her own failing, was prepared for him. In tones as smooth as his own she answered, "You are very good, and I find my strength returning quite rapidly." In fact, and here a double meaning was apparent, as she intended it should be, think I shall soon be stronger than before my illness." There was silence for a moment. Evidently Mr. Percy was not inclined to help her to put into words whatever she had in her mind. "I'll send for you," she continued, "because I have something to say before you meet with a person who, as you are likely to remain one of us pleasant family, you must of necessity, and for policy's sake, meet with the outward forms of politeness." Here she paused as if from exhaustion, and he, lifting his fine eyebrows slightly, kept silence still. Cora, beginning to find her part irksome, hurried to its conclusion. You have heard, no doubt, of the presence of my brother in this house. I sent for you that you might meet him, and I desired my maid to show you to this room first, that I might venture a word of warning and advice. My brother is not the stranger that you evidently imagine him. Beyond the fact that you and I were once married, that I of my own will forsook you, and the reason, or pan of the reason for so doing, he knows little of our affairs. For my sake he will make no use of that knowledge. But I think it best that you understand each other. Will you please ring that bell? He obeyed her, looking much mystified and somewhat apprehensive. Celine appeared promptly, and disappeared again in answer to Cora's command, show my brother here, Celine. When the door opened, he turned slowly and met the cool gaze of Lucien Devlin. That personage approached the invalid, saying, You sent for me to introduce me to this gentleman, I suppose, Cora. Mr. Percy arose slowly, and the two confronted each other, while Cora nodded her head, as if unable to answer his words. As Percy advanced, the light from the one window that had been left unshrouded fell full upon the two men, who gazed upon each other with the utmost sang-froid. Two handsomer scoundrels never stood at bay. And while the dark face expressed haughty insolence, the blonde features looked as if, after all, the occasion called for nothing more fatiguing than a stare of indolent surprise. Cora's voice broke the silence. Mr. Devlin is my brother, Mr. Percy. Please stop staring at each other, gentlemen, and come to some sort of an understanding. Really, this is a most agreeable surprise, drawled Percy, looking from one to the other with perfect coolness. Mr. Percy arose slowly, and the two confronted each other. And quite dramatic in effect, sneered Devlin, flinging himself into a chair. Sit down, Percy, one may as well be comfortable. How's the fair spinster today? Percy waved away the question, and resumed his seat and his languid attitude, saying, Upon my word, this is quite dramatic. Devlin laughed, airily. Even so. I hope the fact that this lady is my sister will explain some things to you more satisfactorily than they have hitherto been explained. And if so, we had better let bygones drop. Percy turned his eyes away from the speaker, and let them rest upon the face of Cora. Again ignoring the remark addressed to him, he said, slowly, Don't see any very strong family resemblance. Don't suppose you ever will, retorted Devlin, coolly. And I don't precisely see the object of this interview, Percy continued. Devlin made a gesture of impatience, and said, sharply, Hang it all, man, the object is soon got at. It's a simple question and answer. Percy brushed an imaginary particle of dust off his sleeve with the greatest care, and then lifted his eyes and said, interrogatively, Well, will you have war or peace? That depends. Upon what? The terms. Well. What do you want? Percy examined his fingernails, attentively, as if looking for his next idea there. To be let alone, he said, at last. Devlin laughed. And to let alone. Of course. Then we won't waste words. Rely upon us to help, rather than hinder you. There's no use bringing up old scores. If you vote for an alliance of forces, very good. Percy nodded, and then rising, said, Well, if that is all, I will take my leave. No doubt quiet is best for Mrs. Arthur, bowing ironically. By the by, meaningly, when you find yourself in the village, Devlin, it might not be amiss to show yourself at the inn. Quite right, said Devlin, gravely. Possibly I may look in upon you tomorrow. Mr. Percy nodded, made a graceful gesture of adieu to Cora, who murmured inaudibly in reply, and the two men quitted her presence. In a few moments Devlin returned to Cora, smiling and serene. "El told you we could easily manage him," he said. "He won't trouble himself to go to war, save in his own defense. You did the invalid beautifully, company, and I feel quite satisfied with the present state of things." But Mr. Percy had not looked and listened for nothing. He went straight to his room, and shutting himself in, began to think diligently. Finally he summed up his case on his fingers as follows: First, are they brother and sister? I don't believe it. Second, taking it for granted they are not, what is their game? If the old man dies, and if I can ferret out the mystery, for I believe there is one, who howls but that 2 fortunes may come into my hands. I must watch them, and to do that, Ellen must go back to Oakley, and they must invite me to be their guest. Mr. Percy arose and shook himself, mentally and physically, but alas for Celine. She had heard almost every word of the interview, through the keyhole of a door leading into an adjoining room, and it had told her nothing, save that there was to be peace between the two men, and that there had been, perhaps, war. A silken belt. Mr. Percy and Miss Arthur were openly engaged now, and were anxiously waiting for the recovery of the sick at Oakley, in order to celebrate their marriage. The spinster was in a frame of mind to grant almost any favour to her lover tonight. And when at last she, herself, led up to the subject she wished to broach, he foresaw an easy victory. "Oh, Edward," she sighed, with a very dramatic shudder, "you cannot think how I dread tomorrow's ordeal, the visit to my brother. Suppose poor John were to rave at his own sister." He took the hand that was quite as large as his own, and caressed it reassuringly. "I don't think there is the slightest danger, Ellen, dear, but I am convinced I must attend you tomorrow. I shall feel better to be with you." "Oh, Edward," sighed the maiden, enraptured at this declaration of tenderness, "you are so careful of me." He smiled and still caressed her hand, saying, "Listen, darling," drawing her nearer to him, "El don't like to have you here, it is not a fit place for you. And I find that remarks are being made. This I cannot endure. Besides, I do not think it right for you or me to leave your brother so entirely at the mercy of Mrs. Alture. Promise me that you will consult a physician tomorrow, and as soon as the danger of contagion is past, you will go back. But I can't bear to leave you, Edward. And you shall not. I will come to Oakley too." "You? Oh, how nice. Have they asked you to come?" "El saw Mrs. Arthur's brother today, and we settled that." "Oh, did you? Then you are good friends again?" He turned upon her a look of inquiry. "Again?" "Yes, Cora told me not to speak of Mr. Devlin to you, as you were not good friends, and it might make you less free to come to the house." Mr. Percy's eyebrows went up perceptibly. "Mrs. Arthur is very thoughtful, but she was mistaken. Our little misunderstanding has not made us serious enemies." "Oh, how nice," rapturously. "Very nice," dryly. "Now you will be a good girl and go back soon. Don't think Cora will be over anxious to have me come back," she said, looking like a meditative catbird. "El knows she kept that Celine in the house to spite me. I can readily understand how she might be jealous of you, dear. Perhaps she fears your influence over your brother. At any rate, your duty lies there. When it is time to do so, don't consult her or anyone, take possession of your former apartments, and stand by your brother in his hour of need." Miss Arthur promised to comply with her lover's request, and he managed at last to escape from her, and seek the repose which he preferred to such society. All this time John Arthur was a prisoner in the West Wing. He was attended by the doctor sometimes, by Celine occasionally, and by Henry almost constantly since the arrival of that sable individual. Lucian Devlin, having no taste for the work, kept aloof as much as possible. Himself and Dr. Leguyes, as he called his confederate, had laboured hard and, with the assistance of old Hager, had put the rooms in proper condition for the occupancy of a lunatic. And a lunatic John Arthur certainly was. Once before his removal, and once since, He had been seized with a paroxysm of undeniable insanity. John Altucher had been, and still was, the dupe of his supposed brother-in-law and Dr. Leguy's. We have all heard of natures that can be frightened into sickness, almost into dying, of an imaginary disease. John Arthur's was one of these. And, with a little aid from Dr. Leguy's, he had been really quite ill. Henry had been constituted his keeper, a position which he filled with reluctance, and there was a fair prospect that sooner or later he would break into open mutiny. Although he could not guess at the nature of the game his master was playing, yet he felt assured that it was something desperate, if not dangerous. He had promised his young lady, as he called Madeline, to remain in Mr. Devlin's service until she bade him withdraw, and but for this would hardly have submitted to remain John Arthur's keeper on any terms. Henry had a certain pride of his own, and that pride was in revolt against this new servitude. He had not met Cora here, and had no idea that she was an inmate of the house. Dr. Leguy's had relieved Henry on the morning of the day that Miss Arthur ventured, for the first time since her flight, within the walls of Oakley Manor, escorted by Mr. Percy. He had detected some signs of fever, although Mr. Arthur declared himself feeling better, and administered a powder to check it. Soon the patient began to show signs of increasing restlessness, and by the time Henry appeared to announce that Miss Arthur desired an interview with Dr. Leguy's, he began to wrangle with his physician and gave expression to various vagaries. Consigning his charge to Henry, with the remark that he must watch him close, and not let him get hold of anything, Dr. Leguy's hurried down to the drawing-room. The doctor listened to Miss Arthur attentively, while she made known her desire to return to the manor if the danger of contagion was at an end. Then he replied, "Hon-Eedly, quite right, quite admirable. But if you will take my advice, I should say, don't come just yet. There will be no danger to you, in going to your unfortunate brother for just a few moments, a very few, and then going straight out of the house into a purer atmosphere. But to remain here now, to breathe this air just yet, my dear lady, I could not encourage that, the danger would be too great." And then he led the way straight into John Arthur's presence, explaining as they went that the cause of his removal from his own rooms was to escape the fever impregnations still clinging there. John Arthur was sitting in the middle of his bed, beating his pillows wildly, and imploring Henry, between shrieks of laughter, to come and kiss him, evidently mistaking him for some blooming damsel. As the damsel declined to come, the lunatic became furious, and hurled the pillows, and afterwards his nightcap, at him, with blazing eyes and cat-like agility. This done, he began to rock himself to and fro, and shout out the words of some old song to an improvised tune that was all on one note. Dr. Leguy's turned to Mr. Percy, whispering, "You see, that's the way he goes on, only worse at times." Mr. Percy turned away. The fair spinster, who had been clinging to him in a paroxysm of terror, attempted to faint, but remembering her complexion thought better of it and contented herself with being half led, half carried out, in a walking swoon. And both she and Mr. Percy felt there was no longer room to doubt the insanity of her brother. Having seen them depan, Dr. Leguy's sought out Mr. Devlin. Finding him in Cora's room, he entered and informed the pair of the desire Miss Arthur had manifested to come back to her brother's roof, and of his mode of putting off the evil day of her return. "Humph!" ejaculated Devlin, "what does it mean? I saw Percy in the village this morning, and he told me quite plainly that he desired an invitation to quarter himself upon us." "And what did you say?" gasped Cora. "Told him to come, of course, as soon as it was safe to do so." "Well," said Cora, dryly, "I don't think it will be very safe for either of them to come just at present." "Oh, well," said the doctor, cheerfully, "we have got 7 long days to settle about that. And if they insist upon coming, and then catch the fever, they mustn't blame me." And Dr. Leguy's looked as if he had perpetrated a good joke. John Altucher's insanity was as short-lived as it was violent. He lay for the rest of the day quiet and half stupefied. When night came on, He sank into a heavy slumber. At 12 o'clock that night, all was quiet in and about the manor. Cora Altua was sleeping soundly, dreamlessly, as such women do sleep. In the room adjoining hers, Celine Lyric sat, broad awake and listening intently. At last, satisfied that her mistress was sleeping, Celine arose and stole softly into the room where she lay. Softly, softly, she approached the couch, passing through a river of moonlight that poured in at the broad windows. Then she drew from a pocket something wrapped in a handkerchief. Noiselessly, swiftly, she moved, and then the handkerchief, shaken free from the something within, was laid upon the face of the sleeper, while the odor of chloroform filled the room. Nimbly her fingers moved, pulling away the coverings, and then the clothing, from the unconscious body. It is done in a moment. With a smothered exclamation of triumph, she draws away a silken belt, and removing the handkerchief, glides noiselessly from the room. She steals on to her own room in the west wing. Here she locks the door and, striking a light, honey-eagerly rips the silken band with a tiny penknife, and draws from thence 2 papers. One glance suffices. Replacing the papers, she binds the belt about her own body, and then envelopes herself in a huge waterproof, with swift, nervous fingers. And now, for the second time, this girl is fleeing away from Oakley. Out into the night that is illuminated now by a faint, faint moon, through the bare, leafless, chilly woods, and down the path that crosses the railway track not far from the little station. Once more she follows the iron rails, once more she lingers in the shadows, until the train thunders up, the night train for New York. Then she springs on board. For the second time, Madeline Payne is fleeing away from Oakley and all that it contains, fleeing cityward to begin, with the morrow, a new task, and a new chapter in her existence. But no lover is beside her now, for that love is dead in her heart. And no Clarence breathes in her ear a warning, for now it is not needed. Since that first June flitting, she has learned the world and its wisdom, good and evil. And the cloud that Hagar saw on that June night, hangs dark above the house of Oakley. Cross purposes. An irate pair were seated at breakfast the morning after Celine's flitting. And while they ate little, they talked much and earnestly, sometimes angrily. They had arrived at the conclusion, which, although erroneous, had been foreseen by the astute Celine, namely, that the robbery had been committed at the instigation of Mr. Percy, and that Celine had been brought over and used by him as a tool. It was evident that something must be done, and that quickly. While these papers were in the hands of Percy, as undoubtedly they were at that moment, it were best to keep that gentleman as much as possible under their own eye. With a smothered exclamation of triumph she draws away a silken belt. Yesterday, it had seemed desirable that Miss Arthur and her fiancé should be kept out of the house of Oakley. Today, they agreed that the quicker the pair took up their abode beneath its hospitable roof, the sooner they, Mr. Devlin and his accomplice, would breathe freely. If they could get the two in the same house with themselves, they might yet outwit Mr. Percy, with the aid of their friend and ally, the sham doctor, if in no other way. Meantime, they would not make the robbery known, or rather, they would inform the servants and all others whom it seemed desirable to enlighten, that the girl, Celine, had possessed herself of certain jewels and of Mrs. Arthur's purse, and fled with her spoils. Accordingly, Hagar was summoned and told of the base ingratitude of the French maid. Whereupon she was much astonished, and ventilated her opinions of French folk in general, and that one in particular. Through Hagar, the other servants, now few in number, were informed of the defalcation, and the extent of damage done by Miss Celine Lyric. Then the kitchen cabinet held a session forthwith, and settled the fate of their departed contemporary, being ably assisted by Hagar. The professor was made no wiser than were the rest of the tools who served the plotters. But he was somewhat surprised upon being desired, by Mr. Devlin, to equip himself for a walk, the object of which was to allay the alarm of Miss Altua and her friend, and invite them to the manor forthwith. Said invitations were to be followed up with the doctor's assurance that, having made a more minute examination, he was fully satisfied that there was no fear of contagion from Mrs. Arthur, and but little from her husband, none, in fact, unless they desired to be much in his room. The worthy pair set out for the village, and were so fortunate as to meet Mr. Percy on the very threshold of the inn. Having exchanged greetings and cigars, and having discussed the weather and various other interesting topics, the gentlemen sent up their compliments to Miss Arthur.